All right, hello everyone. Welcome back for more Ace Attorney.
Hi.
Oh yeah, and I guess Dementis is here too. Maybe.
Irrelevance incarnate at your service.
Oh, that's mean to irrelevance. I'm kidding.
What was the last part?
That's mean to irrelevancy. No, I'm just kidding.
Accurate.
No.
I mean, why would you be kidding about the truth?
No, I'm 100% kidding. Dare I say 110%.
Oh shit, you're on overload.
Yeah, man.
Careful,
Always.
don't go any higher, you'll explode! No.
Well, this train's already on its way to 200%, so we've almost gone maximum velocity. All right.
Once I shift into maximum overdrive.
Exactly,
yeah!
yes. Also, that movie was shit.
What movie?
Or was it a TV show? Fuck.
What are
Either
you
way, it was
talking
Stephen
about?
King.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What
Maximum
are you referring
Overdrive?
to? Oh, never heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
I was just quoting Plankton.
Oh, I know. But then I thought about it. I was like, wait a minute. Isn't that a fucking Stephen King movie?
Possibly, yeah.
And it is.
Pretty sure it's the name of a video game, actually.
Actually, yes. I believe it is also the name of a video game. But yes, it's also a film. I thought it was a short, what do they call it? Fuck. Like a short TV series?
Fucking language.
God damn it. Hit me with that one already.
My audio seems to be good, and I seem to be all set.
Okay.
Yay! October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Also, since I kind of interrupted our proper intro with just irrelevancy, welcome back to Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. What the hell did we do last time? We shipped the crap out of Larry and Maya, I know that. So
Yeah,
that's
we
just
did
gonna
do
be in the
that.
back of our heads forever.
We saw
and
Adrian.
We
We officially found out that she broke the sacred urn. We already knew that, but we found it out.
Well, you found out the obvious twist, which means we're wrong. Penalty.
Right.
But no, so yeah, she put it back together. Kane Bullard found in his office dead. Actually, specifically found in a safe dead. That I just really want to know who the hell got so traumatized after opening up that safe.
Right? I know Ron was
Larry
traumatized by seeing his dead body, and then that's why he stuffed him in a safe, which is a terrible idea.
Yeah. And then someone else got traumatized by just opening the safe, and what the hell?
Exactly. And then fucking Larry, once again, not doing his job properly, didn't notice the
Wasn't
murder.
at his post. Yep. Wasn't at his post, found a wallet on the ground, Ron's wallet specifically, and the timing is a little bit iffy on that, because of, like, the finding of the wallet and the scanning of the key card and all that, but whatever. Oh, and then he
Yes.
proceeded to go outside and see that his girlfriend was cheating on him, and her new boyfriend beat the shit out of him.
Yep.
He had
Yep.
a fun night that night.
Yeah, poor Larry.
Yeah, is that all we found out? Ron's terrified of his wife figuring out that he's a thief because he's afraid she'll never love him again in that case.
Right. And that the reason why is because she got mugged and he actually saved her.
By flailing angrily.
Right. We also found out that he probably is, in fact, like masked star to mask, but he was not the one that stole the urn, which
And
was
actually,
what we came
he wasn't
to
the one who even
last
set up all
time.
the thefts after the first. He actually also was even the one who planned all the prior thefts aside from the first one either. He was
Yes.
just doing what he was told.
Yes, exactly.
The good
And
little
it's-
M that he is.
And it's possible that it's entirely possible that it was either Bullard or Atme that planned it, because Atme was potentially the one that killed Bullard in the first place because of the silhouette that we saw in his flashback, in Ron's flashback.
Right.
So
Atme, also we know that Atme took home the original Mask Star to Mask outfit.
yes.
Yep, so we know he has that somewhere.
Yep. And that it's probably what he wore to steal the urn. But then,
Right.
yes, he would have had to stash it somewhere.
Right. But if, like you just said, with the whole Atme thing, if Atme is the one who took down Bullard, because that's what you just said, right?
Yeah, then it was someone else.
Right.
But then who the
if he is the...
else?
Huh?
We haven't met anyone else.
Exactly, and this is, I'll tell you this, I'm pretty sure this is our final day in court, so...
Oh gosh, alright.
You know, so it's like, okay, how the hell was he in two places at once?
Yeah. First it was how the hell was Ron in two places at once. Now it's how the hell was Atme in two places at once.
Yep, so this will be fun.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on here, man? This is like triple Jeopardy. Not double Jeopardy, triple Jeopardy.
It's funny that you bring that up, actually. Anyway, October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4.
Alright. Hey, Nick! What is it this time? Right? Hey, listen! Bitch, I said listen! Okay.
Oh, that just reminds me of fucking Breno Floss's game over Tinies. It was like going through the whole alphabet. It's like, let's see. JK. J is for something. I forget who. Oh, J is for Jim, whom the early bird caught. K is for Kirby, pop like a balloon. L is for Link, who is crushed by the moon. M is for Mario, faulty transmission. N is for Navi, why wouldn't they listen? And the image of it is just a prescription bottle.
Oh my god.
It's like, wow, that's fucked up. I mean, again, it's all about sad ways of dying for video game characters, but it's like... E is for Echo, and he was delicious.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Anyway.
Now I'm sad. Alright. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial! Well, it is a murder case. It is a miracle? What?
I said Maya forgetting being a clickbait article.
Oh, yes.
You won't believe how many people are at this trial.
Click here and I promise you won't get 25 viruses. Only 20. Alright. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atme's trial today. Oh, thank God we don't have to see him. Detective Atme? They say they're going to try him as Mask Star to Mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Mask Star to Mask trial.
Nick, you literally work in a court system where trial starts the next day and has to be over 2 days later.
You right?
What the hell do you mean that was fast?
Right? How are you surprised? Okay, who is this supposed to be?
I know. I'm guessing by the ellipses around it that's Ron, so...
All right.
I know.
By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore, like me!
I was about to say, you should really take a page out of her book there, Maya.
Right?
I know you don't like me.
You're right, it probably is Ron. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year.
Please, don't ignore me!
There he is. Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning!
With the Mask to Mask music to accompany.
Yay! I love this song.
No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone.
Whoa, Ron. You know you're on trial for murder, right? Alright. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec! You don't mean you're the murderer?
No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor.
He's back to doing the same thing again. Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heist.
But that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Yep.
No, sorry, just the way that you were reading, like, just like the let's see, it just sounds very Matt Pat-ish, and I'm like, oh.
You know what's funny?
Hello, everyone! Huh?
Oh, you were doing the thing. Do the thing.
Yeah, I was just doing, hello, everyone! Welcome to Game Theory. Did you know my hair is fake? I don't know.
Thick. Anyway. No, like, it's so funny. I used to watch... What? Oh, because I said thick?
Yeah, I said fake, but thick, I like it. Anyway, sorry,
I
go
heard
ahead.
thick, so I went, my hair is thick.
I mean, that too.
My hair. Oh.
Attention, duelists.
Yes.
My hair is thick. My hair is too dummy thick.
God damn it. That was so many memes. It was like 4 fucking memes. Oh my god. The
I'm
clap
sorry,
from my
I
ass
didn't mean
cheeks
to
keeps
overload
alerting
you
the
there.
guards.
Huh?
The clap from my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards. That was part of it.
My ass cheek keeps alerting the guards.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's too
My
good.
ass is too dummy thick.
Alright.
My God.
Oh, this was way too many memes. But what
Anyway.
I don't even remember what I was originally gonna say, but
Game Theory, I assume?
oh, yeah. It was like I started watching Game Theory when it first released on Screw Attack. And then I don't know, it was like after it moved to YouTube, I watched it for a while and then just sort of stopped watching it, and then it blew up and I was like, "Oh, okay."
I kind of stopped watching after it became much more lore-based. Like, it started just making theories about stories, and I'm like, yeah, I'm okay with this, but I came here for the science, but then Austin came along and started making the science videos, and God, I'm all over that shit. Like, he's my boy for all his calculations and shit. He's the one who's taken over, like, the entire science aspect of game theory, and I'm like, I am here for it.
Okay.
Matt Pat I'll occasionally watch, but no, I highly recommend the science. Like Halo rings and how the gravity on them works, or Super Mario Galaxy's gravity on planets.
Ooh, yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, it's, oh my god, I love his shit so much. Or the Wind Waker and the horrible environmental effects that it has, just changing the wind direction suddenly.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. Absolutely.
Yeah, oh, he's got so many great videos. I love Austin. I remember one point he opened up a video, I think it might have been the Halo Rings one, just like, "Hi, it's me, Austin, and I'm sick, so I'm doped up on opioids."
Goodness.
It's just good time. Anyway.
That intro. Oh my god. Alright.
Oh, that's legit how he opens up like every video. He's like, "Dear Nintendo, hi, it's me, Austin. Yada yada. This is a game I gotta talk about, and this makes no damn sense."
Nice. I like it. Alright.
Oh my god.
This song is so good.
I mean, hey, at least we've had good accompanying music for our tangent.
Yes. I really like this song. It's probably one of my favorites so far. It really strikes a chord with me. Ah. Alright, moving on. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Huh? The fuck do you mean? No, I'm kidding. I mean, that's fair.
Why can't we just bluff the shit out of everything as usual?
Right? Well, damn.
14th, 10 a.m. October 14th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 6.
All right.
It's funny that we're frequently in courtroom lobby number 4, but I keep track. I don't think we've been in courtroom number 4 yet.
Huh. Now that is strange. I wonder why that
usually
is.
We're in 6 or 2. I think we were in 3 once, but there's a reason I keep specifically looking for courtroom number 4, honestly.
Oh, okay.
I won't say what it is, because spoilers, but...
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, then I guess whenever we end up in courtroom number 4, I'll know some serious shit's about to happen. Alright. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak.
Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand, yet again.
And the player.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, now I need to adjust, because I end up going a little too Manfred there, minus the German, so let's see. Hold on, give me one moment.
Okay.
Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. Okay.
I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. I agree.
Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right?
Yes, I guess. To be honest, I'm not really sure about anything, but okay. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. Yeah, that is shocking. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body...
Like 2 minutes, I'm sure he'll come back.
Exactly. Alright. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 o'clock a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 o'clock a.m. of the previous day.
And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant.
Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. Jesus Christ.
Oh god, here we go. Here it comes.
I'm so happy.
Oh, the music as well. I'm gonna try and go back to it, actually. I have water here, so I'm gonna try and go back to it. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best.
I agree, actually. Mr. Godot, your witness.
Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself.
Also, 17 cups of coffee is a hell of a lot, by the way. That's fucking absurd.
My heart doesn't quite function anymore, Trite.
Oh my god,
But I guess
oh man, he would have horrific migraines if he ever just like stopped cold turkey. Probably would kill him.
That's the advantage of being dead. Or coming back from the dead. I don't have to worry about my heart giving out from all this coffee.
Alright, fair point.
You can't slurp out of a water bottle.
Right?
Fun fact.
He's just like, trust me, I've seen some shit in hell, okay? 17 cups of coffee a day is just the bare minimum.
I just tried to impersonate him by like slurping out of my water bottle. It don't work.
Oh no. Go get a mug and put it in there.
I was debating on doing that, actually.
God damn it. Well, worst case scenario, they do actually have a sound for it, so.
Yeah.
Alright.
The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but...
I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify.
Did I unmute before I was done doing my little practice? Okay. Probably. You've got straight. I'm trying to combine the two voices so it's not too gravelly, but I still have a little bit of that sexy Latino in there.
I mean, do whatever works best for you.
I'm trying to give this guy the sexy, oozing sexiness that he deserves, which is hard to do when I am me.
I mean, that's me with, every voice, so... As in, it's difficult to do them at all.
Ow. Use good voice actor. You good VO. VA. No, not VO. VO's in action.
In Russia, anyway.
Why don't we have a Russian character yet? Oh, that's not till the fourth game. Damn it.
Alright, note to self. In Russia, fourth game is you.
Yeah, she's female too, so you can have her.
Oh. Alright, that works. Okay.
Speaking of, alright then, Mr. Ron Delight, please take the stand.
Hi, everybody. It's
He's
me.
So cute.
your friendly neighborhood twink.
Yep.
You did it, didn't you? Yes.
What?
No. That's not true.
For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. Once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin.
I'm sorry, I can't help that I look like such a sub.
Oh.
It's been whipped into me every day. I'm used to it.
True? Desiree just shouts from the back, "He's right, you know!"
Nick just does that sprite animation of him just elbows on the table, gripping his head we're starting already.
Right.
Too early in the morning for this.
Where's my coffee?
Careful, the last time we saw Nick with coffee, it was all over his face.
Exactly.
Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home.
Aww.
I mean, me anytime I'm outside my house, honestly.
Right? Alright.
Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened.
Witness testimony, my visit to KB Security.
That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The black letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. Desiree's just in the stands, wait, what does he mean till a year ago?
Right? This is a terrible place for her to find out that he's been unemployed for a fucking year.
I mean, to be fair, how many people have discovered a lot of horrible shit in here?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Regina learned just how horrible her actions were and that Ken was trying to kill her.
Yep.
Pearl will end up discovering how horrible her mother is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, technically she didn't because it was Mia.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So Pearl still
that's
doesn't
right.
know.
Pearl was bitch Hanley. I mean, she knows that her mother's in prison for reasons. Just
right.
Didn't have to hit her with the brunt of the emotional trauma in that moment.
Exactly.
Let's see, who else? Who else has had horrible things unveiled to them? Why not? Flip side, Adrian ended up having her entire life turned around in this courtroom.
Would you say Edgeworth because he found out that Von Karma was actually like, the one that actually killed his father?
Yeah, he must have felt so vindicated.
Right?
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess, Desi finding out that her husband's been unemployed for a year is really not that big of a shock in terms of what this court's seen.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yep. Exactly. I think Edgeworth is still the worst for me.
Oh, absolutely.
But I will say Regina and
Pearl?
No, Acro, whatever his real name is.
Oh, Ken.
It is Ken? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
They're up there. That one's up there. Because that was just sad.
Yeah, because that was literally just crushing the entire naive perspective of a teenage girl. I mean, granted, it was a smash cut to reality that she needed, but God, it was a brutal smash cut.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, when is that as a teenager who's that deep into her own little, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Naiveness and fairy tale land.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the only way to jolt someone out of that is with like a hard, heavy truth like that.
Right.
Anywho, on to happier times murder.
Yes, exactly. All right.
1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place.
The time I usually go to bed. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. It's bitter today too, just like my destiny.
It's funny. He's like, I go to bed at 1 a.m. Bitch, he doesn't sleep with that much caffeine. This man doesn't sleep.
Oh, I say I go to bed. I didn't say I sleep.
God damn it.
2017, bedtime is time for YouTube. I gotta get caught up what I missed while I was in hell.
He doesn't actually. He doesn't actually
Huh?
own a bed. He just has a really comfy recliner.
On his last line, they're just like bitter today too, just like my destiny. I just want to like start here, like dim the lights, drop a spotlight in him, and just like he starts and like hear some light bongos going on as he starts doing like poetry.
Oh, like what slam poetry or whatever.
I guess what yeah, it's not slam poetry. I can't think of what it's called, but yeah, basically the opening of Extremely Goofy movie.
Oh yeah. Slam poetry would be solid though.
Oh, from Godot, absolutely.
Yes. Oh man. All right. You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
All right, cross-examination. My visit to KB Security. Okay, so he didn't give us a whole lot to work with here, so that means definitely
I guess.
Right, because that means he's gonna have to give us something, or it's gonna push us along. So.
Oh, that evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security.
1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that?
Yes, that's when my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also a bit...
1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct?
Too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. Okay.
Alright.
The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there.
Are you sure about that? It ordered you there?
It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then?
Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this, or take that, or...
Haha! What don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do?
I mean, what does that matter if he confesses to being mask to mask at this point?
Also, real quick typo. Now, what should I do?
He's just that on edge.
Right? Oh God, what should I do? What must I do? All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and just press harder. So.
I'm trying to think of something here real quick.
Okay.
I've almost got it. Well, here we go. I can't do real poetry, but I can do haikus. Wannabe lawyer, with hair sharper than his wit, your doom awaits you.
All right.
Yeah, that took way too long to think
award.
Huh?
Is that an Amateur Poetry Award goes to Godot?
Yeah, I can't do like real full-on poetry, but I can do haikus real well. I'm just ashamed it took me so long. I mean, granted, I was also like being interrupted by my own voice acting, but
right. I mean, haikus still count. They are poetry.
yeah, slam haikus.
Slam haikus, yes. Slam haikus. What is this? Volleyball? Jesus.
Do you think Nick is good at spiking the volleyball?
You know, yeah, possibly. I could see that.
I mean,
his hair is
plays
spiky.
sport. I was about to say, there you go. He plays sports the way he does his hair. Spikes everything.
Yep.
Which is why anytime he plays baseball, the ball just goes straight to the ground.
Oh my God. He'd be good at basketball, probably. Probably dunk it.
Yeah. He could jump, but he ain't got legs.
No, he doesn't.
You can't prove to me he's got legs. We ain't never seen him.
That's true.
You
this
ain't
man
got
just
no
like
legs,
floats everywhere.
right? Huh?
Maybe he floats everywhere, or he rides on a Segway.
You ain't got no legs, Phoenix, right?
Oh man.
Lieutenant, right?
He's just a floating torso. Okay.
Anyway.
So, what did the blackmail letter in question say?
Apparently, I'm really excited to get to the fifth game. I just misheard that. So, what did the Blackwell letter say? It's like, wait, Blackwell? He's not here yet. Oh, okay,
gosh.
I misread.
More spoilers.
Oh, I will say Blackwell will be a character you will love. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Anyway, it's said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? Perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but well, wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway.
Huh? Is that right?
After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony.
Actually, hold on. I just thought of something.
Well, it's the blackmail note, right? Because it says bring that red diamond or whatever.
Oh, there's also that, but that's not what I was thinking of. We don't have an autopsy. How the hell was Kane killed?
We have an
Do we
autopsy
even know
report.
Huh?
We have one. Kane's autopsy report caused cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head.
Here it is. Okay, there we go. I just kept skipping over it, I guess. It just did not register in my head that that's what that was. Okay. Reminds me of the time at my first job when I'm having stock coolers and I go up to my boss and I'm like, hey, we have like no Arnold Palmers for me to put in the cooler there. She leads me back. She's like, what do you call that? Right next to where I was looking is just a stack of like 5 cases.
Yep. I've done
like,
that before.
It's like, cool. Okay, yeah, I'll carry on then. Anyway. Okay. Yes, sir! Huh.
A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Oh shit, what is that a reference to? This is random, but I think it's Ren and Stimpy.
my god.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's a reference to.
My
Oh,
God.
man. Oh, that's funny. Okay, sorry.
That's alright.
I got really excited for a second.
Oh, glad you did. I'm not a Ren and Stimpy fan, so it's like, oh god, really?
I mean, I'm not
Okay.
either, but that's what it reminded me of. Like, it's actually from, like, a Christmas song of all things.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on a CD I used to have as a kid.
Used to annoy the shit out of my parents with it.
Oh yeah. The funny thing is, though, is my mom loved that CD.
The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything.
Just, what were you being blackmailed about anyway?
The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I've never. Nope, I'm not making that joke today. Gonna
Okay.
try and keep it better today. Anyway. I'm sure it's referring to the whole mask star to mask thing. What was that? You were very quiet there.
Me? I didn't say anything.
Oh, maybe I'm hearing. Okay, maybe there's just like a very subtle echo because I keep seeing your light up, like you're talking, and I guess that's just me very subtly echoing through.
It is.
Anyway.
It's very lightly getting picked up by my microphone, which is why I keep pushing it away.
I see.
So I'm hoping it doesn't like trigger. So I've got it sort of on the lower end, so hopefully it just picks me up. But because of the way my computer is sitting, it still like registers sometimes.
Well, it can't pick me up because she's dead. So.
God damn it. But I have noticed it doesn't come through on the recording. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Discord just picks it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bull don't got nothing on me.
He ain't got nothing on me.
He didn't.
Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Jessie believes in me.
However, she does hate thieves, so yeah, exactly this.
I love you too, Subby.
Aw.
I mean, hubby.
I mean both. Alright,
I mean, fuck it. We all know what's going on now.
yep. So that's why Miss Delight didn't believe he was Mask Star to Mask.
That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I mean, they're definitely not deathly hollow threats.
God damn it.
Okay. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
Okay. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right?
Yes, that's right.
The security chief? You?
And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect mode for murder, wouldn't you say?
This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? Ooh. Okay, what do we want to say here? Life after being
I see no
fired.
bars, so I just see an opportunity for more flavor text.
Well, yes. So, but the question is, what do I want to start with? I already know his life after being fired. I'm more interested in why he was fired right now.
Okay, why he was fired?
Yep. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job.
Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that.
Okay, then I take it back.
Defendant, please answer the question.
I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Jessie loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Wow, what's that?
What?
What's it like having one of those?
Yeah, right? Money? I'd like to spend money! Stares at Nick.
I was referring to the hobby aspect.
Oh, god damn it. That's true. Get a hobby, Maya. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick?
My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Ah, shit.
Ah, shit. Come again?
I can't anymore. Oh, you mean, okay.
God damn it.
KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies, and since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. I can't keep consistent with this voice and it pisses me off!
It's okay.
Mr. Bullard! Huh?
I said it's okay.
This time I'm gonna just make his voice fucking Oldbag and deal with it.
That would be fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Sorry. That really would be hilarious.
Blacker than the darkest void, hotter than the brightest sun. This is coffee.
God damn it.
Are you
now
okay?
I just keep imagining Godot as Oldbag, like he takes off the goggles, and it's fucking her.
Just slowly remove some whippersnapper.
I'm sorry, this is like a really intense moment. I'm just dying. Okay.
That little squeak. You just a little like.
Oh yes,
like
the sound of my voice dying.
Laughing. I heard just.
Yep, that's me. Oh man, when I was in my training, that would be me. You know, me. I laugh loud, and so I'd laugh loud enough for the whole like class to hear me, and then at the end it was just you hear me squeak, and like most of them it would have them rolling on the ground. They're like, we really actually enjoy when you laugh. I'm like, thanks guys.
I don't know why you saying that just made me think of Azula.
Oh,
just,
with her crazy ass
nice
laughter.
Party here. Yeah, just like practicing with Ty Lee. Just hey, nice party here. Just everyone probably just turns to look.
Yep.
Shout outs to Grey Griffin, my favorite voice actress.
Yeah, she did a really fantastic job.
Oh hell yeah. My god.
Alright.
Also, shout out to Tara Strong for getting to play her bestie, basically, in Amber Island Players.
I love Tara Strong, just in general.
Also, a little fun fact, I don't know if you know it, shout out to Dante Bosco's brother for getting to play his brother in Amber Island Players.
Oh, that's funny. I did not know that.
Yeah, the actor Zuko is played by Dante Bosco's brother, I forget his name. But yeah, so the one who's like, I have to capture the Avatar, redeem my honor. Or after fake uncle's like, let's go get massages. How can you say that? It's like, that's all Dante's brother.
That is so funny.
That's just a fantastic bit of trivia that I love.
That's pretty great. I like that.
It's one of those things where like I wish I could see Dante's reaction to his brother doing an impression of him.
Right?
Anyway. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately.
What? I wish I had never asked that.
Hey!
Right? Hey, Godot is right! Hashtag Godot is always right.
Just... that phone's awfully loud ever since I called it.
Oh damn. Is it playing? Is
Hey.
it playing the Steel Samurai ringtone?
Nope, it's playing my theme. Tara Strong is pretty much in everything these days. I mean, she was even in the last season of Samurai Jack. She did a great Aku. I'm sorry, what?
Wait, she was in Aku in the new season, whatever it was, that I haven't watched yet. Because I'm horrifically behind.
I don't think I've ever even got past season 2 of Samurai Jack.
I'm so behind.
She was Ashi? That was great, wasn't it?
But yeah, Tara Strong is in, like, literally everything.
Oh, hell yeah. Also, shout out to that art I found this morning and sent to you.
Oh, yes. That was great.
Tara was... I could have sworn Ashi's like the love interest, right?
Okay. I was about to say, I was like, that would be hilarious if she was Aku.
Right, no, I know Aku was played by Greg Baldwin. No,
But yeah, since, what's-his-face was dead.
Mako.
Yeah, Mako.
Yeah, so Greg Baldwin took over, but... No, Coke, Ashi is the love interest, isn't she? I could have sworn that was Grey Griffin, not Tara. I thought for sure that was Grey Griffin who played her.
Oh.
I don't know, again...
I didn't know that it was also the same guy that replaced him as Uncle Iroh. That makes sense, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and it's Tara? What? Wait, are you saying both? What?
No. No, that was a joke. Wait. Now I'm confused.
Me too. Anyway, I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it seem like I had quit on my own.
What is it, Nick? You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. Someone who brings all the boys to the yard is probably that person's wife.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought you meant. And then we got ourselves confused.
She is Tara. I could have sworn that was Grey. Huh, okay. You do well to remember that.
He sure told you! Ooh, you
Yeah,
got told, bitch!
Yeah, he did. I could teach you, but I'd have to charge.
God damn it.
Disclaimer, I don't really like milkshakes. I'll sip my coffee, thank you.
But what if it's a coffee milkshake?
That sounds disgusting.
It's actually not.
I don't even like coffee, so this whole that whole conversation's lost on me anyway.
Well...
And I really don't like coffee-flavored stuff. So coffee-flavored milkshake just sounds absolutely disgusting to me.
Alright, well, fair enough. I do like coffee-flavored stuff, so...
Yeah, a lot of people do. That's why they make so much of it.
Coffee. I've actually wanted to buy a coffee mug. Yes, I've wanted to buy a coffee mug that does say coffee on it, and it's coughing.
Nice.
Coffee. Anyway.
So, you admit you stole data from your company, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony.
Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Okay, should we go back first?
I'll go for more flavor text, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So let's go to the question. Skip ahead to that. Oh, they won't let us do it! Wait.
Oh.
Wait. Whoa, wait, hold on, whoa. Okay, so, I went back because I was trying to remember which one it was, so luckily I saved, actually. But then I went back to check text, and we had to do that thing where you have to double press. Because I got a whole shit ton more text.
On which one?
So real quick, because apparently we can't do it again, I'm gonna go ahead and just read, Life After Being Fired.
Okay.
Because I saved it this choice, since we can't go back to it.
Okay.
So,
apparently Grey Delisle played the High Priestess in Samurai Jack. Okay.
Okay.
I knew that Grey was involved there somewhere.
All right, let me read this real quick, and then we'll move forward. So, life after being fired. What did you do after being fired from KB Security? I spent a lot of time looking for work, but then I decided I wanted to start something myself. Not good. This is going from bad to worse. So I started looking at books, TV, and movies, learning all I could about masked men.
Masked men?
So you wanted to try drawing a comic, right? About masked men? No, that's not right. I wanted to become... Your Honor, let's move along, shall we?
But you asked the question. You're being quite odd today, Mr. Wright.
Way to bring the spinning buzzsaw one notch closer to your own neck, Ace Attorney. There wasn't much to his testimony, was there? Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful. But if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth. Yeah. Okay. So that was for that. Okay, so...
Objection. I have a cool visor. It shoots lasers.
Yes.
It just never happens on screen. I was going to join the X-Men, but there's already a Cyclops, and I couldn't call myself Triclops because then Attell would sue me.
That's amazing. Alright. Okay.
Okay, so...
Trying to find it again. Here we go. Okay, why he was fired. Okay, go ahead and skip through this to get this added to his testimony. Alright. So now that's been added. Okay. So now I'm back
He fired
at the
me
same
for
point you
selling
are.
company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that.
Okay, so real quick, we'll do that one, but it looks like, since I just saved, it looks like the blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. So we hadn't done that one yet.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
It looked like it was different.
Huh, okay. So we'll do this one first then.
Okay, hold on. Let me double check. Let me make sure because I'm pretty sure it looked different.
No, I knew you were joking about her playing Aku, but I thought you were referring to the love interest. I guess her name's Ashi.
Yes.
I could have sworn that was Gray.
So it changed because we added so the blackmail threat line, it changed because we added the fact that he fired him for selling company secrets.
I see.
So
Okey-doke.
should we do that one first?
I've already pressed the last statement, so...
The last one, he fired me for selling?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd already pressed it before he said, hang on, and I'm like, ah, shit.
Okay. So, do you need to read that one again, or should I just do it?
Read what one again?
Never mind. I'm just gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Why would you do something like that?
No, that's why I already did, Coke. I already looked up and saw that Gray apparently played the Grand Priestess, not Ashi. So, anyway. Well, for Desi's hobby, what else?
Wasting money, huh?
It's not a waste!
So, Miss Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem.
No, Maya. Keyword didn't know.
Yeah, now she knows.
Now she knows.
Exactly. I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples.
Please try to stay...
Oh, go ahead.
I was giving Larry a good once over yesterday. He wouldn't be too bad. Nick just wide-eyes her like...
It's like, Maya, no. Maya, please. Meanwhile, we're over here like, okay, you'd probably be good for him.
Yeah. Probably really help him out.
Right? Get him, queen? No.
Mr. Wright, before you continue your cross-examination, I have just one question. Could you remind me who this Dolly is again?
Oh my god.
Your Honor, it's been 5 years!
Right?
Yeah, but, I'm still confused.
And none of us are surprised. Alright. So anyway,
Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright.
How dare!
yeah, right. We're terrible at that, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay, and this is wraparound dialogue. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so you were saying it didn't scare me, so we'll press the didn't scare me one.
Yes. So it was the blackmail threat didn't scare me.
5 years? Where am I? Who are you people? Get out of my house!
Yes. Okay. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway?
The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it's referring to the whole mask star to mask thing. I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore.
What do you mean?
The victim had no proof the defendant was mask star to mask. Yeah, I get the feeling this is progress, so it's a good thing we got that last one for flavor text.
Yay!
But you were the one who stole custom company secrets only 1 year earlier. Oh, but that was all over with once I was fired. No, actually.
Exactly.
That shit doesn't go away.
Nope.
But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there's no reason for me to pay up now a whole year later. He's a CEO.
Right? Also, I like how I found this purely by accident. Because this is my terrible memory at work. I couldn't remember what statement we had literally just pressed after it added it back. Because when I checked it, it didn't let us do it again. So I was like, oh, maybe it was the one before that. And then that's when it started with, like, extra new information. I'm like, the fuck is this? So hooray!
Nice. Also, damn it, Coke.
Oh,
I was being blackmailed because I was seen by muggles driving my flying car when rescuing Harry Potter.
Oh my god, yes. Wait, so would that make Desi Hermione?
I mean, either way, the heavily sexual relationship we made last time still fits.
Oh my god! It's
We know
perfect.
Ron Weasley's gonna be the sub in that relationship, too.
I know! Oh god. Oh man, I love it. Holy shit. Alright. Okay.
So, Ron and Desiree are the Japanifornia equivalent of Ron and Hermione.
Apparently so. You're a wizard, Harry. Okay. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Yeah, probably. I mean, that would be really hard for him to find another job, even if he wasn't trying to make it as a thief. I mean, that's criminal, so...
She's stealing company data. I'm gonna say, should we just say yes he would and just see where Phoenix's line of thought goes?
Okay, yeah, that works.
Yeah. Because, I mean, yes, but I feel like there's something more specific that the game's leaning towards, so I can't think of right now.
Okay. Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public.
Mr. Wright! What are you trying to do by bullying your own client?
Well, he's not wrong.
I'm just checking our, no, okay. Ha! Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more you heat up, the faster they grow. I mean, sorry, the more heat you apply, the faster they grow.
Yep. What?
I'm just gonna quickly reread this again. Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. You know, I think I remember now why it is that we got so heavily sexual last time we were in court. Fucking Godot just spouting this shit off. It's like, how can you not make that sexual?
It's true. I mean, it's true. He really did.
I mean, he's already oozing sex appeal, but also the fact they said shit like, men, the more heat you apply, the faster they grow. It's like, what? It's
like waxing philosophical over here.
Yeah, waxing philosophical that also just happens to be a double entendre.
Exactly.
Bacteria, ew, gross! Start spraying disinfectant everywhere. You just hear Zim from that one episode screaming in the background.
Oh my god, yes. I love that show. Anyway.
I miss that show. I was so sad it got canceled.
Yeah. I still haven't watched the movie. The one that just came out?
Oh yeah, I forgot about Interval Bliss. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. I figured I was going to rewatch the entire series and then watch it.
Rewatch the first 2 seasons?
There's like 3, I think.
To my knowledge, there's only 2.
I thought there were 3. Maybe there was 3 volumes of DVDs, because I actually have volume 3 of the DVD collection.
Yeah. No, the fact that the second season exists honestly pisses me off. If it had just been the first season, that's just a whole bunch of, like, really disturbing slice of life stuff, really.
Right?
But the second season introduced Tack and, like, started creating an overarching plot that just got canceled, and it's like, fuck!
Yeah.
But also, no, it honestly pissed me off because, like, both Invader Zim and Fairly Odd Parents premiered the same night. And I had my preference, and my preference lost.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I liked both. I used to watch both.
I did like both, too, but... I mean, I guess they both ended up getting the opposite sides of the coin. One ended up getting canceled way too early. The other one went on way too fucking long.
Exactly. Went through seasonal rot and everything. It just, oh god. Still didn't end. When it went through seasonal rot the first time. And it should have ended.
Anyway.
Alright. That's exactly right.
Well then. Feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo.
Little lawyer amigo?
Yes, now, come on. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion.
My assertion? I'll back up my assertion. Anyway.
I knew you'd appreciate that one. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? Because that's just, very damaging to everything about his life.
Exactly. Why would he want to keep his data? Oh, because of his wife? Because of Desi?
That was the only thing I was thinking earlier, but... Probably.
I'm gonna try.
Sure, I'll throw... Yeah, good job.
Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday.
Huh? What doesn't?
I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret.
The reason you wouldn't want it to be revealed is because of Detective Gumshoe.
Aww. Damn it, Coke.
Gulp.
Oh, yeah, I should have just skipped that. Oh, well.
A certain person.
Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife.
Ah, but listen to me. My Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins.
Grr, Godot?
Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault.
What do you mean?
Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit. for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about.
Ooh, close up. I love it. Alright.
Alright, everyone please ignore the sound of glorified thief making out with her TV.
Oh, come on, I'm not that desperate. I'll just take screenshots. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll just find screenshots to put on my phone and do that later.
Oh my god.
Like I do that shit on stream.
Oh, goodness.
Desi, is she related to Dolly?
God damn it, go.
Alright. Who?
No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. It's almost like I contributed to this.
Wait a minute, hold on. Desi. I forget, what were her 3 symbols again?
Oh my god.
I think one of them was Gordy?
Gordy. That's great. That's really good.
Did you read the thing and I just missed it? Or... Oh. He had to go away for a second.
Por favor, I'll be right back, sorry.
I figured.
What? Oh. Let it go, Judge! Who I love Frozen! Let it go! Let it go! Can't hold it back anymore! I'll be dropping my fat mixtape next Wednesday. Please look out for it. Like, comment, subscribe.
I'm just sad it isn't playing the, I'm just sad it isn't playing the Mask to Mask theme song right now. It's probably one of my favorite songs in the entire game. Because it's got, like, accordion in it. Or something, and it's great.
Can't hold it back anymore.
Hit you with a real one on that. Told you you couldn't hold it. Oh, man. Although that was like the least manly burp I could muster up possible at that time. It was more like a pop. I'm gonna wait till Colin gets back for that one. It's Desi Des. God damn it. This gives me a good excuse to eat food, though. This is a great excuse for me to eat dinner, though.
I'm back.
Hello. Read read Coke's comment first.
All of them?
No, the Ron one. I read the other ones.
Coach Joe, I love Frozen. Can't hold it back anymore. Told you you couldn't hold it. Don't talk about my Desi Desune! Apparently, I had something leaking in my living room.
Oh!
My mom was like, what the hell's leaking? I'm like, no idea, let me clean it up and fix it. So it's all good now.
That's terrifying, okay.
Yeah. I guess it came out my fridge. I think I found the source, but yeah, it's taken care of, cleaned up.
Jeez.
Anyway, don't talk about my Desi like that. I'll shank you, or you'll be sorry.
And I'll shank you.
You'll be sorry because I shanked you.
Exactly. Bitch, we don't play games when it comes to knives. All right.
And if that doesn't work, I have a taser.
Oh God, no! Nick just like dives under the defense podium.
Just the defense bench, and the judge is like, "What are you so afraid of, Mr. Wright?" Just PTSD, Your Honor.
Yeah. And Maya's just over there like she's a rock because she's been tased and kidnapped and almost murdered.
She's just like, yeah, this shit don't faze me no more.
Exactly. She's like, I laugh in the face of danger. Ha! The only thing I fear is not being able to eat.
Basically, just lock me on an island somewhere, and yeah, then y'all maybe will be afraid, but other than that, I'm good.
Exactly.
Gun to my head, I'll take it.
She ends up on the, on that, what is it, like Pirates of the Caribbean, where Jack Sparrow gets marooned on that shitty island.
Why is the rum gone?
Yes. Why is the rum always gone?
Dementis, it's all good now. Audible pipe bursting in the background.
And I have become death, destroyer of worlds. Alright.
Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick?
I mean, bright side going here is that with all of our tangents, the time it's taking us to get through this stream is probably like in real time to the court, in the like in-game clock.
Right? Yeah, probably.
So remember, we started at 10 a.m. Let's keep in mind on that.
Okay.
So watch, if it's like, okay, taking recess, it's like, oh, it's now 11:47. It's like, hey, we've been streaming for an hour and 47 minutes. We're right on time.
Right?
But why are the burgers gone?
Yeah.
Sorry,
But
didn't mean to
why
steal
are
your
the
thunder.
burgers gone?
Who could have eaten all those burgers?
Nick set
Maya,
them
you got
on
a little,
fire.
you got a little ketchup on your cheek. Why are the burgers gone?
Oh, it's a travesty! Alright.
Who's to blame? We may never know.
God damn it.
Sorry, excuse me.
What? It wasn't me! Alright.
How dare you suspect me?
Alright. People are screaming down the hallway again.
What have I ever done to make him suspect me of anything ever?
Everything, Maya. Literally
Nick
everything.
Nick just tilts his head and glares at her.
Yep. All
Real
right.
bitch.
I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes.
Actually,
I
it
can
was an
prove
hour.
that you can!
Right? I know who it was! Larry Butts! Alright.
Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much.
The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now. Tell us. We're all ears. Sorry, I just want to give that moment for any ladies in the audience. Just obey.
Oh my god. Alright, witness testimony at the CEO's office.
Okay. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. He looked like Sonic the Hedgehog.
When I looked at it.
Suddenly I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. I just heard someone say, "Don't look at me."
Right.
If I
And
hadn't
that's
been
Oh, I was gonna say, and then some horrifically crazy laughter.
Come now.
Now? In front of everybody? I mean, even Edgeworth doesn't make me do this. Nick's like pulling at his tie.
Edgeworth and I always promised that we would never go that far.
Right?
He always promised he would never make me do so in court.
We both try to be professional in court. He's better at it than I am.
Yeah, well, your new daddy's here now.
Oh no.
I'm not sure what's happening here, but I'm pretty sure I hate it.
Right? The judge is like, thanks, I hate it.
If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. I always find it awkward saying lying there instead of laying there.
Yeah. Yeah, it is weird. I've noticed that they sort of interchange them.
Well, it is. They are, in general grammar, they are interchangeable, but it's just, I've gotten so used to saying laying there, and I reserve lying for, well, you know, lying.
Well, they have specific separate meanings. It's just, yeah, it's people just sort of choose one or the other.
I'll let you read Coke's thing.
Oh. I don't know if I can handle much more of this. At least Edgeworth's glomps were always accidental.
Also, that's a lie.
It would
Oh,
Nick.
so sorry. So sorry, right? Did not mean to glomp you there.
Well, at least it wasn't
I
a
wasn't
flying
distracted.
glomp.
Huh?
He said at least it wasn't a flying glomp.
Just like, I'm so sorry. I totally wasn't distracted by how big and bold your back is or anything.
Ooh.
Oh, I made that Nick's naive.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because I mean, let's be honest, Nick is not really, or shouldn't be anyway, the seme in this relationship. Although all of the fan fiction has it the opposite way, and it just surprises me every time.
Oh, like him as like the leader?
Yeah, and I'm like, really?
Yeah, no, he's not.
I mean, I get that, like, Edgeworth is a tsundere, but, like, come on.
Now, granted, there is one iteration of Nick that I could see being that way. But it's definitely not in most games.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll find out eventually. All right.
Yeah, next game. I'll just tell you now, it's next game.
All right. However, we end up planning on playing that one. We'll
Yeah, no
we'll
idea.
cross that bridge when we come to it.
Oh, I mean, Apollo Justice we could just do ROM because there's no DLC on that or anything, and it's original DS. So, if we wanted to do it that way,
We'll have to think about it.
granted we lose the HD aspect of it, but
Right. Yeah, we'll have to think about that one.
right.
But we're still only on, what, the second case for this one? So we're not there yet.
Yeah, we've kind of been taking our time with this one.
Yep. All right.
I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said the Master Demas struck him on the head from behind.
Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie.
Huh. No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked!
We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination.
Got that, Mr. Wright? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend.
You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Also, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't throw scalding hot coffee at my face. Thanks, babe.
Oh, this has all been sitting here for the past hour and a half. It's all cold, don't worry.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
It's everything being slid over to me. It's solely just bitter. No heat at all.
Alright, appreciate it. Alright, cross-examination at the CEO's office. Alright, so, let me look at this. Let me run through this one more time.
Run, delight! Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Okay, obviously we're gonna have to find out whatever the fuck he was wearing on his head.
Desiree.
Oh man. I'm sure someone out there has made like a Phoenix parody for that. I would be surprised if they haven't. Anyway, let's go ahead and just press
Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Yeah. Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. That's me. Miles. Okay.
That one is perfect. Oh my god.
Who would be Snape?
Oh no, I don't know.
Right. Phoenix Wright. Right.
Well, wouldn't Phoenix be Harry?
I'm the judge. Okay. Sorry, what?
Wouldn't Phoenix technically be Harry in this situation?
We all know Phoenix isn't good enough to be Harry.
Anyway. Your Honor, could you please get Godot to stop throwing coffee at me?
Well, I would, but then he'd throw it at me.
I remember how it went with Von Karma and that whip.
Exactly.
If it's not you, it's me. And honestly, sometimes I don't like you, right?
I might be 300 years old, but that doesn't mean I like to just throw my life away.
Alright.
There are times I do admit I enjoy just watching you get hurt, Mr. Wright.
It's very cathartic for me.
I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't blame you if you hired that hitman from last year.
Although, please don't.
I wouldn't blame you, but I still wouldn't like it.
I'd probably have to retaliate.
Anyway.
I've learned the names of a few other hitmen over the years. You learn a lot being on this podium.
Seen a lot of suspects.
Alright.
Seen a lot of people who are real good at what they do. And honestly, thanks to Von Karma, I've seen a lot of them go free, and I know where they are.
Oh my god.
Nick just starts breaking out a cold sweat.
Yeah. No, he's been sweating this whole time.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. It said, "Damn, Not here.
Oh my god. Damn, not here. Okay. Who was this suspicious shadow?
Who was that masked man?
Oh my god.
Pardon me. If there were 1,000 of me, and even if one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me.
His dodging all of our questions is not helping us win his case. Okay, then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time?
I'll let you take Cokes.
Oh, does it... Let me see when it pops up, I guess. I don't think it's okay. Who is the Batman?
I'm Batman! Okay. That's all I could ever think of whenever someone answers who's Batman. It's just
Right.
Jim Carrey. And you always have to ask.
I just think of what
Just
was it? The first
Batman.
movie I think it was. It's like, who are you? I'm Batman.
Yeah, honestly, I have never, still to this day, still never seen the first two Batman movies.
Oh.
I've never seen the Michael Keaton movies, unfortunately. Just a shame.
I liked Michael Keaton as Batman, which of course was so weird because it's like, okay, Beetlejuice, Batman.
Jack
Like,
Frost. Ken. Like, let's look at that resume real quick. I got Beetlejuice, Batman, fucking Jack Frost, Ken from Toy Story 3.
Yep. The
Credit where
man-
it's due, very versatile actor.
Yes, he's a very talented man.
Although on the flip side, on the same side of that coin, though, you also have Keanu Reeves. I forget which one's Bill, which one's Ted, but them, Neo, John Wick, Duke Kaboom
Oh, Keanu.
from Toy Story 4.
Right. Oh, Keanu.
That reminds me, actually, because of all the jokes about Keanu, like, being immortal or whatever, a manga I read actually ran with that joke for a single chapter.
That's amazing.
It's called, The Single Witch in Earth, who's 300 years old. Oh, the 300-year-old witch continues enjoying the singles life. It's just, like, about her just, like, feeling kind of lonely, and she, like, lives in modern-day Japan, just being, like, God, kind of lonely and all that. She ends up, like, getting nostalgic. It was actually a very recent chapter. She's, like, nostalgic for one of the loves she had in the past, and it was someone who's been around for a very long time, she said. Turns out, she's like, don't leave me, Keanu. He's like, I have to go. Be sure to check out my new movie, Matrix.
Huh.
And it's like, oh my god, that is amazing.
That is hilarious.
I don't know if I actually don't know if the whole like Keanu being immortal thing is actually a part of it, but I'm choosing to believe that's what they meant by he's been around a while. But no, just the fact that they were saying that she dated Keanu Reeves, I'm like, that is awesome.
Mm.
Anyway, what do you mean by how was he? He was fucking dead. What more is there?
I mean, his skull was bashed in. What more do you want me to say about it?
His tongue was on the floor, and I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be that. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't let my tongue be on the floor if I was alive.
Exactly. That shit's nasty.
I'd be vomiting if that were the case.
All right. Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place.
Was he Schrodinger's cat?
Right?
Was he already dead? Is he alive? No one knows, Mr. Wright. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Forget it.
Oh, I'm surprised. I was waiting for you to say it. Okay. I was totally waiting for you to just go, forget about it.
Forget about it.
It's one of your favorites, I know.
I know,
Anyway.
it really is, yeah.
Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. I was just slightly confused. I think I hurt myself in my confusion.
It was super effective. Anyway, your forehead.
Yes, have you seen this thing? It's huge. It's actually not even that big. I'm kind of jealous. My forehead's fucking massive. Anyway. Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack.
Do you remember anything about who hit you?
Only that before they hit me, they were saying, "Aha! I was successful! Me! Look at me!
Right?
Aha! Oh shit, who are you?"
Right?
But I don't, I don't think that's enough to go off of. I don't know who it is.
Right? Ha I just got away with murder! Me! Look at me! Ha ha!
And I still have no idea who it was to this day.
Right? I mean, he just kept saying, "Look at me," and I'm like, I'm looking at you.
I mean,
I
I'm
don't know who
looking.
you are.
Can you please stop waving that monocle magnifying glass in my face? Yeah, no, does this annoy you?
I'm not touching you.
Thank you. Like, stop it. That's really inconvenient.
Okay.
Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit, so I think I was a little dazed for a while.
I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him.
Before he hit me, he went, "Nah, one day I shall roller turn ya, He-Man."
Yeah, he turns into Skeletor.
Now, if you excuse me, He-Man, I'm off to capture that human. Okay.
He-Man. Damn it, I should have realized that was the voice I gave him. That was basically Skeletor.
I kept telling you it sounded very papyrusy.
Oh my god. I didn't even think about that. Fuck me. Alright.
And he pray! Oh my god, do I pray? Okay.
And I said, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, sorry.
Here, fun
on.
fact about that song.
I said, hey. Okay.
I avoided the shit out of that song ever since that first became a meme.
Oh, hell no.
And I
love
did
that song.
good I did a solid good job of avoiding it for 8 years.
I'm actually
But
impressed.
Yeah, but then last year I saw that the React channel did How Long Can They Watch, and they did that song, and I'm like, I'm intrigued and feel compelled to watch it. And that's that fucking video, because I heard it over and over and over, ended up making me fall in love with the damn song. I'm like, 8 years wasted!
Oh my god, it's so great.
And he tried!
Oh my god.
Let's never forget Chef Bobby just there stirring. Okay.
Oh man.
If
That is
I
so
hadn't been
good.
wearing that, I would have been killed.
So, what is that? That? Could you please clarify what you are referring to?
Thank you, Coke. Oh, I knew I recognized it. Okay, I thought of a quote, but I was like, years of something wasted. What is it? Yeah, years of academy training wasted. Thank you. It was a Toy Story reference I thought of. Thank you, Coke. Thank you for filling in that missing piece for me in my head. Now, can you fix the rest of my brain? That's too tall an order. I'm not gonna ask anyone to do that. Anyway.
I was gonna ask the same thing, and then I was like, no, that's way too much.
Did you already read that line?
Yes.
Okay. My condom, of course. I mean...
Oh god.
I should have said chastity cage, damn it. I'm still trying to fix my own. Yep, that's kind of a It's kind of, I feel like that kind of relates to a lot of our old group.
Yep.
Why, my mask-to-mask costume, of course.
Wait just a moment! Mask door to mask!
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Dun-dun-dun! There it is, there's the music, yay. Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask Star to Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security.
What?
Oh good, the music's staying. Oh, it's so good! I love this song. Alright. It makes me want to listen to like a whole album of Italian music.
Oh, see, I was thinking castanets because Spanish music, actually. But yeah, Italian, I could see.
Yeah, it's just like romance language music.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
I'm being summoned for food. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Snack break, everybody!
Woohoo! I get to listen to this song more! Okay. I do not know who that is because I haven't played any Professor Layton games. Jean Descol. Okay. Well, if he's gonna take a minute, I might as well take a minute. I will be right back myself. Damn it, I bumped my controller. Okay, it's Descole. Alright. Descole. I love this song. This is so good. I'll try to eat some food before he gets back. And the laugh comes back. Alright.
I definitely get my sense of humor from my father. I go, I'm gonna continue streaming, and he goes, life is but a stream, sweetheart.
Oh
and I
my
go,
god.
damn it.
That is pretty funny.
I was like, that's definitely my style of humor.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
My style of plain humor, anyway.
Right? Alright, let me go ahead and read this. Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either.
Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up till now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind? Huh, my 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly.
Well, he did say all of his coffee is cold, so...
Aw, music's gone.
Aw, now it's like... sad investigation music.
Sad investigation music. Uh-huh.
I mean, every time I hear this song, it's like sad music, so... Alright.
At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my mask-to-mask costume.
Okay, so let's go ahead and press that statement then.
Press the fuck out of it.
Why were you dressed up as Mask Star to Mask?
Why? Because I'm mask-to-mask, of course.
What are you talking about? Mass Star to Mass trial is being held next door.
Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask Star to Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe.
Oh boy.
Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected.
Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? Okay,
Obviously, we're gonna press harder.
Yeah. What do you mean by took a lot longer?
Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught in the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body.
What was that? Back up a second.
Wait, if you're Mask to Mask, then who is Dolly?
Oh no.
Yes?
Judge, please keep up.
Please come back to today, not 5 years ago.
Exactly. Alright. Did you hear me read the judge's line, or?
And I read the Light's line after that.
Oh, okay.
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable!
I do not think that word means what you think it means. I'm just kidding.
Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking?
I don't do any thinking. I leave that up to Desi.
And she wasn't there.
I don't know how to live without her, honestly. She always helps me remember how to eat my food.
Oh my god. Your Honor, Dolly is doll to doll.
Oh, now everything makes sense!
Okay. Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine?
What?
The answer is simple. When they take them off.
As usual, I have no idea what you're saying.
I'm trying to get the defense to get naked.
Oh. Well, this is awkward.
Well, this is awkward because underneath this desk, I'm already naked. My pants have been out for a long time.
Right? I'm sorry,
I mean,
I just got used to going against Edgeworth in here, and now it's just comfortable.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright, how long have you been naked under there? Oh, what's my first case? 3 years ago?
God damn it.
No. I'm just very grateful to Maya and Mia and Emma and Maggie. And the fact that none of them have called me out on it.
Yeah, right? I'm actually kind of shocked at this point.
Mr. Wright, you realize that means you've been exposing yourself to many underage girls. That's anyway.
Details, who needs them? Alright. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer?
Oh, you heard it, Judge. The defense just admitted it.
God damn it.
Huh. So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure. Yes,
Coke
but,
exactly picked up on that as well.
Yeah.
When they take them off, sensual music starts playing.
I know, I thought that too. I was like, oh, wow. He really does make this difficult.
Exactly. How can we not get sexual with Godot here?
Godot is just 100% sexual coffee energy.
Alright, there's a title of your next stream.
Right. Love me,
100%
Mr.
sexual coffee energy.
I'm absolutely going to name one of these stream archives when I upload it to YouTube, Love Me, Mr. Coffee. Because it's just too good. Alright.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you?
Well, yes.
Why am I the only one not in the loop here? That's it. Fuck y'all. Y'all are guilty. I'm out. Peace out, bitch.
He drops his gavel on
That's
the
when
ground,
Todd
just
lived.
walks off.
That's when Todd finally lifts his head and just looks up at the judge like, Dad, you're always out of the loop.
Right?
Well, shit.
Dad, you realize I haven't been here to be a bailiff in, like, the past several months, right? I'm here to keep you on track. So I just said that they stopped allowing me to bring you snacks.
God damn it. I knew I forgot something.
Alright.
Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony.
What? Coke? I don't get it.
Oh.
You don't mean...
No, not that.
Who?
Not that either.
You mean...
Yes! Battlefield Earth! Ugh!
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Which nostalgia critic? Oh, is that just the Battlefield Earth review? I don't remember. Oh. Best thing to come out of the Battlefield Earth review is Turl. Okay. Who was sent into Boldly Flee because I loved him into Boldly Flee. Anyway. Yes, sir.
Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the Fairweather Judge. Oof.
I panicked and hid the body in a safe. It took about 10 minutes.
Okay, now my question is...
So the buzzer was hit 2 minutes after arrival.
Right.
And just buzzed for like 8 solid minutes?
Yeah, okay. I guess... I mean, remember, Larry wasn't there, so...
Right. Yeah, he was probably... You know, he did say that he was punched by his girlfriend's new boyfriend.
Yeah.
Did he ever say if he actually got his ass knocked out?
No, he did not.
Oh my god.
I was
Phoenix,
making...
I was
Godot,
making
okay.
things sexual while you were learning to spell your name!
Oh, God. Alright. Let's see what he has to say to this one. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway?
Because it was dirty.
It was very dirty. Dirty boy.
I needed...
Okay.
I needed to clean up that office somehow.
I mean, clearly our janitors weren't doing it justice.
And I'm not about to carry that. All 300 pounds of that down to the dumpster outside.
Right.
I don't care if we were on the first floor. I'm not carrying that all the way outside, so I just stuffed it. Oh, that's pretty cold-hearted of you. Yeah, well, he smelled too, so you try making a decision in that circumstance.
What he actually says is also hilarious.
Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer.
That's not exactly what I meant.
When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. I thought, if they set that android free, it'll be the end of all of us. No! God, I haven't watched those animations in years. I think it's just called Trunks Goes Insane. Oh God, those are so good. Just Trunks just yelling, if they set that android free, it'll be the end of all of us. No! And he's like screams right next to Vegeta, whose ear starts bleeding. It's just like, oh. So good. The door was a whole 2 feet away and open. You expect me to carry something that far? Huh. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body.
That certainly makes more sense.
Hold on. 10 minutes. What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Oh, God. What's that reference? I just had a thought. And...
Here comes a thought.
No, not that.
That
oh, God.
Okay.
Shit, what was that reference? Now I have to look it up because it's gonna bother me.
I don't know, I just know this reminds me of a puzzle. Puppy, hush.
Popper!
Puppy, go lie down. You're not going outside right now. I just had a thought. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
It was something like I had a thought. It was a devious thought, something or other. It's like it was like a whole spiel, and I can't remember it. God damn it! I'll remember it eventually,
Hold on.
or I'll find it eventually.
Thought, an evil. Is that from like the Jim Carrey Grinch?
Yes, probably yes.
I can't remember verbatim, but that feels like it would be from the Jim Carrey Grinch.
It probably was, yeah. Anyway, it was pretty much definitely a Jim Carrey thing. All right. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body and spend 10 whole minutes to do it?
I mean, I would.
Yeah, I definitely would. I do all kinds of illegal shit, remember? Oh yeah, that's true. Under those circumstances... What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Alright, so I'm assuming it's the button that we have to throw up on that. Because if it was pressed, he would have had not a whole lot of time to hide that body if he thought somebody was going to come find it.
Right. You know what? Props. I didn't even think of that. I was still just trying to find that even the statement.
Oh, the statement to present evidence to, or?
Yeah. For some reason, I like stopped at the one just before the I panicked, and I was like, well, shit, that's the end of it. I thought, damn it. Okay, where should I go? And then I didn't even have time to think about like what the evidence was going to be. But yeah, the buzzer makes sense. And you're correct.
Oh, you know what? We didn't actually do that statement. The one where it's like he was dead. When I came to, he was lying there dead, because I just checked it and we didn't do that one.
Oh shit, well you want to read off that one? Because
Yeah.
I've already presented.
Oh, you already presented?
Yeah, because I thought we pressed everything.
Oh, alright, I'll do this one. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. When you came to... Yes, I was passed out in the corner of the room. Do you know when your assailant made their escape and to where? I'm afraid I don't really remember. Huh? Once they hit me, I lost all track of what was going on. I think that's when they made their escape. Huh, that's certainly a convenient story for you, isn't it?
It certainly is, isn't it, Mr. Wright? It almost sounds practiced.
I don't know why you're telling me. Alright. That was great. Okay. So, where is the thing that I want to show? Yeah, the buzzer record. Okay.
Damn it, Coke.
What did he say? Mr.
I'll
Delight,
let you
allow
read
me
it.
to present this piece of evidence. What are you doing? You told me to throw it up. God damn it.
Damn it.
Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and throw the buzzer record. Your
Good to
Honor.
know both work, because I threw just the buzzer at it, so...
Oh, okay.
So they both work, apparently.
I guess so, yeah. Because I was going with the record
You have
because...
Yeah,
That's where it
probably
showed it was
says got
actually
hit when
pressed.
too. Yeah. You have to present the photo of the banana. They are completely different. Penalty.
Penalty. All right. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record?
And what might this be?
The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And, according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once, at 1:02 a.m.
What?
If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way.
Huh. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. The sub-twink known as Delight. Obviously, he wouldn't have thought that far ahead.
He's right, you know.
Jesse, why?
Let me read this real quick.
Let me see that record. Oh boy, the Beatles!
He probably had no idea they were security He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building.
Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
But fuck you. As it turns out, the guard never came.
That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard is a useless piece of shit
Who has gotten me in so much troubles over the year, and God, I wish he would die.
I'm just laughing
Why
too
is it
because
like-
I said that, but I didn't read the rest of the line yet.
Maya's just there on the side like, whoa, Nick!
Right?
I'm sorry, I just got a lot of pent-up frustration towards Larry. I kind of been extra at him ever since I learned that he's the cause of me being put on that court trial.
Right?
That clash trial.
I'm still kind of butthurt about that.
Very salty.
He was supposed to be my best friend, and yet here we are.
For years, I thought he was one of the ones who helped me, but he legitimately put me in that position in the first place.
All right. The fact that the
Fuck you, Larry! The judge just like, what is happening right now?
right?
Mr. Wright, are you okay?
No, I am
just
not okay.
Fuck you, Larry!
No, Your Honor, I am not okay. Speaking of, that's an MCR song. Anyway. The The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known.
You sound like you have some major issue with this person. You're fucking right, I do.
Right?
You know what? Fuck it. I accuse Larry Butts as security that night of killing Kane Bullard.
And no, Larry, I will not represent you in court.
Right out.
What did he drop?
I don't know, but I just now imagine him just walking out of the court and everyone just being like, what?
Where did that microphone come from? Where'd he get the juice?
No, he just like pulls out the actual button, like he ripped off the wall and just drops it on the desk.
Oh my god.
Just right out. Huh. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Light didn't even notice the buzzer going off. Yeah,
It's just
right.
fucking loud. Yeah, this buzzer is extremely loud. There is no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is.
Objection. I have a visor. All your arguments are invalid.
Shit.
He has a fair point. Guilty.
I'll let you read the next one.
Yeah.
Good.
The guard was a pathetic loser who likely has a small dick so microscopic it's practically concave and a disgusting growth on the front of his head. Oh wait, that's his face.
Fuck you, Larry!
Right?
Alright, Coke, nice having you here. Thank you for the laughs. Hope you
Yes.
enjoyed.
We always appreciate you and your jokes.
Have a great one. You know, I'll admit with a character that's there. I will admit we do meet one new character in this trial, and I kind of wish Coke were actually in the call so that he could voice him.
Oh, damn.
Oh well.
We should have gone faster.
I'll just imagine it in my head. Anyway.
Alright.
Conscious? What do you mean by that?
Shit, this thing's frying my eyes. Ow. Okay, we're good. Fine. Let's hear your theory.
Thankfully, I have coffee. That makes everything better. Alright, here we go. Here comes the song. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes.
Unconscious? So he fainted?
That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body.
I'm covering up my head.
Right? Exactly.
So what are you trying to say?
Boot to the head.
Ow!
Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. What?
Right out! That's disgraceful.
Alright.
Just continuing that and just adding on the that's disgraceful.
I like it. Alright. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer.
Here we go.
Order in
baby.
the court!
I said cornered, baby.
Yes, it's really. I like this song a lot. Alright.
Mr.
I don't think
Wright!
there's a version of cornered I don't like.
Well, I mean, I just like it in general. But yes,
Right.
I don't like this version as much as the first one. I don't know. I haven't liked a lot of the repeat songs as much as I liked them in the first game.
Right.
Or
And
guess
I will
should
say though,
the rearrangements of those songs. Or or whatever.
Right.
Arrangements.
Anywho.
Alright.
Oh, it's my line.
No, I wasn't done yet. I thought you were going to
sorry.
say something, so I was waiting for you.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay.
Order in the court! Mr. Wright, this is...
Fuck you, Larry! Okay. Like, this whole trial's now going on, and Nick just keeps occasionally just like, fucking Larry.
Right?
This is preposterous. It was this kid, Ron Delight. It was the... Wait. It was this kid. That's what it said, right?
Yeah, it was this kid.
It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard.
Yeah, that was worded horribly. Then who pressed the
Just said
buzzer?
who killed. It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button.
Ah!
Alright, let's quickly check that autopsy report.
Oh yeah, how soon did he die? How quickly?
Nope, it doesn't say. It doesn't say how quickly.
But the buzzer says
Regrettable.
that there were no fingerprints on it. So
Oh yeah, that's true too.
only someone with gloves either pressed it or someone wiped it down.
Maybe the victim was wearing his masturbation glove. I'm
Oh god.
sorry, his
Why
what?
do you know that?
I'm sorry, his what? His masturbation glove. Come on, doesn't everyone have one? No. Maybe you don't try.
Alright, things we didn't need to know about Godot.
You seem like a rub-raw boy. Oh,
I wouldn't
dang
think
it.
I wouldn't think Godot would have one either, to be real, because he wouldn't need it. Anyway.
I haven't masturbated in like 15 years.
Yeah, he hasn't needed to. Anyway.
Exactly, there you go.
So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself? What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright?
I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was that? I was sitting here fuming about Larry.
Right?
Fucker owes me 38 cents.
Only 38 cents?
It fucking
I
matters,
don't remember,
okay?
it was like 20 years ago.
We were 7. Alright. Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? I'm pretty sure I can, based on the fact that the buzzer doesn't have any fingerprints.
That was awesome. I end up hitting the I can prove it all right, and it like fade away to do a scene transition just as Wright was blinking. So like there was like 4 or 5 frames where Nick's eyes were just like half shut and he just looked so like either stoned or tired.
That's amazing. Alright. Can I prove that it wasn't Kate Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Yes, I can prove it, alright? The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of
Godot
evidence...
can go fuck himself.
Right? This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. I'm gonna go with the buzzer itself. Please work.
Please talk. Okay.
Please work.
Yeah. I never let go of that bit
Right?
from the Powerpuff Girls dub when him was supposed to be talking. I didn't catch on, and you're just like, please talk.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, that's right. That was Drew that did that. You were like, oh shit. All of a
Yep.
sudden, she just chimed in, please talk, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's me.
Who did I play in that? I don't even remember.
Buttercup.
Oh, I was Buttercup. Okay. I don't know why I
Yep.
didn't remember that at all. I knew we did that dub, but I could not remember who I played for the life of me.
Yeah, and I think it was another friend of yours that played Blossom. Don't remember who
Was
it was.
it Wolf? Oh, you know,
No.
it was my friend. Oh, it was my other friend. Shit, she doesn't have a. She has a really old username. Yeah. I wonder if I think the username she was using back then was like Sunlight Spiral or something. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I remember. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't Wolf. Yeah.
Let's see. No, I remember it was her as Blossom, you as Buttercup, Archer as Bubbles, myself as Butch, Mike as friggin' Boomer.
Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Oh my god. Jason as Brick. Myself as him. Was there anyone else?
I think that was
Were there
it.
any other characters? Was that all
The
the
professor?
characters?
Was the professor in that episode?
I don't think so. God, that's like 11 years old. Jeez,
Pretty sure that one's been lost to time.
It has, unfortunately, because I can't find it anywhere.
Oh man.
Anyway.
All right. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for.
You mean the button you dropped on your desk earlier before you
Yes.
stormed out of here?
Yes, I've come back to deliver these scathing bars. Anyway.
The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it?
Absolutely
I love
not.
that board game.
Yeah. Oh, that's my favorite. But I always end up getting killed in the library with the candlestick. By Colonel
Your
Mustard.
Honor, your character... Your Honor, your character doesn't get killed. Mine always did.
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Uh,
My friends always made me play as Mr. Body, and so I always got killed.
exactly.
That's not a play... Okay.
Speaking of unrelated things, well, slightly tangentially related, the Clue movie was great, and actually so was Knives Out. I really enjoyed that.
So
I enjoyed
is
that
what?
movie. All right.
So is what?
Knives Out.
Never heard of it.
It came out, last year, I think? Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime right now. It was really enjoyable. It's got,
What is it, like a Clue parody?
pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's a little different, but it basically has the same energy as Clue, which is why I wanted to see it, and it was great.
Okay.
It's got,
Yeah, shout out to the original Clue movie. Like, oh my god, such a great cast.
It's got, what's his name? Chris Evans?
Don
Captain
Cheadle?
America?
Oh, yeah, Chris Evans. Nice.
Yeah, it's got him in it.
I
and,
just shot for a different MCU character.
Yeah, and Daniel Craig.
Oh, So Captain America and James Bond.
Yes,
Okay.
Bond. James Bond. And he has, like, a really strange, like, Scottish accent for the whole movie.
Ah, Colin Farrell accent.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep. All right. Absolutely not.
Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. Please stop.
Please stop. Please stop. Godot, please. All right. All right. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue.
Now I'm the one who's clueless. I love that show.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, I forget it's a show now, huh?
Yep.
I always just think of the movie.
Yep. All right. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind.
Phew, that's rum! Who put rum in my coffee? Ron Delight. Obviously wiped them off.
Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment.
He touched that button, I know he did. I watched him do it. I was standing right there while I... Oh, shit.
Right? You were what? Okay. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Masked Star to Mask. And Masked Star to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints?
Oh, Mr. Wright, are you saying he's wearing one of his three symbols? No, Your Honor, please, no.
Please, no, Your Honor. Besides, it's not a silk top hat, white roses, and a cape. Was it silk? Was it a silk cape?
Physics-defying proportion. Huh?
Was it a silk cape or was it just a cape?
I'm pretty sure it's just a cape. Just
Okay.
silk hat, cape, and white roses.
Yeah.
All together now!
I know you hate that, but I loved it.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Order! Order! Order!
I'll have myself a fresh coffee, thank you.
Alright,
It
done!
I'm just kidding.
would, it would seem. I just read that as cow, but this isn't much better. I've been forced to eat crow.
I wonder what blend number crow flavored coffee is.
69.
Oh, okay. Maya, no. Okay.
However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden?
Huh. It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks.
They're on to you, Nick! Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts.
Blech. I love
Blech.
this image, honestly.
No, but it's true. Unless he knew that Ron was gonna be there, because he's actually the one that was blackmailing him in the first place. So, anyway.
I mean...
But yes. Okay.
Exactly. Don't worry, I'm gonna try and stop you from, like, jokingly pushing aside the right answer anymore.
God damn it! Okay. You're just too entertained by this, aren't you?
No such thing as too entertained.
Okay. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place. Oh, no, that's Maya. My bad. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight, and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond.
Time's up, Mr. Wright.
What?
Time for recess. I
Yep.
need to be right back so I can get these dogs to hush.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So I'll be right back, my apologies.
Okie dokes. Sounds good. I'll finish this line when you get back, I guess. I'll just reread it. Alright, well, that gives me an excuse to continue eating. It's 8:46 and I still haven't finished my dinner.
Oh, can't wait for them to be done with the yard. That way the dogs can just go outside proper. Anywho, I'm back.
Okay, I went ahead and finished eating, so I took
Yay.
a break too. Alright, well let me read this.
Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say.
Very well then.
Time's up, SpongeBob. Oh ho! Oh ho ho! You got some guts. I like that, opponent.
Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer?
To call the security guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running.
Or they assume so anyway.
Right. And that was
If
exactly
it
what
weren't
they
happening-
wanted.
If it weren't for the fact that the current security guard is just a lazy, useless piece of shit.
Exactly.
Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? On purpose?
Okay, sorry. Yes,
I love porpoise.
right?
It's one of my favorite mammals.
Anyway. Alright. Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time.
God, everyone's just shitting on Larry.
I know,
even
he's
without
not
our
even
jokes.
here.
Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No.
No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer,
Matt Ungard.
right? Matt Ungard.
Hypothetically, yes.
Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight.
And if any security guards came running in at that time, yes, I'm still here too, by the way. They would think I was the murderer.
Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder.
Yeah, I don't want no boot to the head.
Yep. I like how you have to pause, take a drink, and then spit it out.
This tastes like Clorox.
This wasn't coffee.
Well,
Sorry.
Mr. Godot, why do you know what Clorox tastes like?
I've been to hell, remember?
Moving on, Your Honor.
Right?
Order! Order! Order!
Huh, it would seem. Oh, you know Clorox isn't so bad the second time. Anyway, I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee.
Mr. Wright! He spit on me!
It's kind of gross. I'm not used to it coming from someone other than my wife.
And I'm not used to, it being in like a spray like this. It's usually just a wad of phlegm.
That's disgusting. Yeah, it is.
I'm not-
Just fucking Desiree from the back. Yeah, it is.
Hey, it gets me off. What do I care?
God damn it. Okay.
Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only masked star to mask, so...
Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're going to drag that person in here right now. No, please. No, please don't.
I was about to say...
No, please
to
don't.
Lindsay's excitement.
Okay. But
I don't wanna...
exactly. Who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, And they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard.
Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright.
Well, let me save the game first, just in case. Alright.
Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard?
It was...
Me, miney.
Yeah, me, miney. It was Kane Bullard himself. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
It was Dolly. Who?
it was who? God damn it. Okay, it was Luke. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it.
Ace Detective. Luke Atme?
You mean Master to Mask did it?
Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Master to Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard.
God, this must look like such a farce right now.
Right? I know. It's like,
But wait a minute, weren't you the one yesterday, literally yesterday, that said that he was Master to Mask?
anyway,
Is this lawyer saying that he's in two places at once? What the hell?
right?
Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself!
That
Kagebushin no Jutsu, Your Honor.
right? Have you heard of the shadow clone technique? Alright. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime?
They're not even
Being
close!
stolen.
Yeah, just charge him with both. You can
It
do
really
that,
dep-
by the way, Judge.
It really depends on what's being stolen. Like, I mean, I don't really care if it's like a stick of gum, but if someone steals my TV, then fuck it, I'll kill him.
Right? Fuck it, I'll shake a bitch. Alright.
They're not even close! Murder is the more serious crime, of course.
Were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say, like, I've got 300 years of listening to creative ways to kill people behind me.
right?
I know all kinds of shit. God,
Hell, I
could
could
get
go
away.
real old school if I want.
right?
God, I could get away with mass murder at this point.
Alright.
If I were to kill a person for every unique method of killing a person I've ever heard, God, this entire courtroom would be empty.
right? Actually, probably though. Alright.
And that's when the entire court, like the entire peanut gallery, just goes wide-eyed. It's like, should we leave? I feel like
yeah.
we shouldn't be here right now.
They just slowly start filtering out. Like, they all give each other, like, knowing glances and just start filing out one by one so as not to draw attention to themselves.
And Nick, after a while, is like, huh, everyone's gone. Maya, do you think we should? And Maya's just already gone too.
Right?
It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment.
Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would.
But that was like 24 hours ago, Mr. Wright. I'm old.
Right?
But you forget, I'm old.
Alright. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom.
Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, as Mask Star to Mask. Mask. You like my mask, by the way? Good mask.
I do quite like it. It looks very classy. Alright. And also sci-fi. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along.
To be found guilty?
Master to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master to Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi.
A guilty verdict has an alibi?
As a side, that's kind of genius.
It really is.
Like, I mean, what's your prison time for theft? Like, especially if something not that valuable.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's definitely not life, and it's not the electric chair, so,
Yeah,
but yeah,
so,
I mean,
like...
that's, even if you've watched, like, a lot of, like, crime shows, that's always where they have, like, you know, the killers have their dead period, it's because they probably went away for another crime. So.
Yeah. You know, it's almost time
For what?
for Luke Abney's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder.
Shit.
Mr. Luke Atby's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and failed to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal.
Am I
You'd
really
be
sure
left with
about
no
this?
pot to piss in.
Yep.
Damn, that would suck.
Alright. Am I really sure about this?
A bet's only good when your life's the ante. That's pretty hardcore.
It really was, yeah.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Good, someone has to.
Right? I may not believe in myself, but as long as you believe in me, I guess that counts for something.
But like, same though, Mr. Wright.
Alright, so then you're fucked. Just kidding. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, that one got you, huh?
that was good. Like, that was a good comeback. I like that. I like
Alright.
that.
Mr. Delight.
So, please, I'm begging you.
Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this?
Oh no, just I find like, stop, babe.
Yeah, right?
Never
Stop it.
forget, I'm always in your head.
Right? Phoenix. What was that?
Ollie?
How are you not used to that yet? Seriously.
I'm glad you missed what I said.
Oh, it's like I'm always in your head? Or...
No, after that, he stood straight up, and I was just like, "Mommy."
Oh. I mean... okay. Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client...
Wait,
What?
Mr. Wright, you too?
Oh, God.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, right? I don't want to talk about it.
Wait, Nick, are you saying you've been relating to Mr. Delight a lot more than I thought? How'd you do with my sister? I don't want to talk about it.
Right? Just let it go. Let it go, Maya. Let it go. It's like next time she sees Pearls, Pearls, I need you to channel my sister!
Okay, Mystic Maya, on it.
No,
poof.
Pearls, don't!
Just poof. Sis, what did he do? Oh, what didn't we do?
Mia, please! Even Edgeworth doesn't know! Okay.
Desi just comes out with us and is just like, oh, do you have any ideas? I've been looking for like some new tricks. You got anything?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
darling, I've got tons.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Alright.
Nick just walks away like, I'm just gonna go die in a corner now.
Yep. He's like, where's that bottle of Cold Killer X from 5 years ago?
Like, Godot, do you still have that mug full of Clorox?
Yeah, right? Yeah, I got you covered.
I feel like chugging something right now.
Right. So that's how you got the white hair.
Oh, God.
For your client, take the path of trust.
But I don't trust him.
Right?
He's sketchy AF.
Right? He's a thief, though. I don't trust criminals.
I don't trust subs. Nick, you hypocrite.
Yeah, right?
I just said I don't trust myself. God. All right.
That voice, it sounds like... Mia! Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess.
Oh, thank God. I was sitting here thinking, Anna, that they introduced Mia, they have to go over the whole spiel about who she is and all that shit. It's like, nope, fuck it. You better have played the previous games by now.
Right? Or at least played the intro case.
Yeah. Huh, so that's your answer, huh?
Very well, I've decided as well. I need a nap, so this court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand.
Yes,
As the
Your
judge
Honor.
is saying this, Todd's already setting a pillow up on the on his podium and covering him with a blanket.
Right?
Like, just as he's talking, just Mr. Wright, pillow. Be sure to... That blanket. Oh, be sure to... Anyway.
And then he just goes, yes, Your Honor. He's like, huh?
And that would work, too. That was the end of it.
Right?
Oh, wow. Okay, 11:58 a.m. It should be 12:41.
Yep.
We are going so much slower than actual case.
Well, we've had tangents and we've had, like, breaks.
Interruption.
So, yeah.
Isn't that right, Cora? Someone's been interrupting me, huh?
Now she's being quiet. All right,
October 14th, 11:58 a.m. District Court Courtroom number 5.
Yay, my favorite number.
Oh, God.
Oh, God, it's Winston!
Oh, God, we both get to do voices we hate.
Okay.
Well, sir, Detective Atme.
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh, no, sir, Detective Atme. You were the one who...
Dibs!
Whoa! Who is this?
This is who I've been waiting for you to meet. I call dibs.
Alright.
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atme.
There it is. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, sir lawyer, welcome to my courtroom.
Who's this hoser, eh?
He's Canadian! Who's this hoser, eh?
Yep. Who's this hoser, eh?
I can't. I love it. Okay, that hurt. Ow.
Here's some good news. His time here is short, but he does return for a longer appearance later in the game.
Oh my God, yes. The Canadian
It will
judge.
honestly be, I will say, actually, when he shows up again, if I'm remembering correctly, the time that you spend with him as a judge will be one of your favorite court days in the entire franchise.
I'm so excited.
Well, because there's many reasons for it, but anyway.
I'm excited.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have so many voices in that scene. Holy shit. Okay.
Ooh, I'm
Well,
excited.
you usually get all the voices, so this time it'll be me.
Yeah. Alright. My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme.
Accusation? You accuse Mask Star to Mask?
That man is not Mask Star to Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer.
What?
Sweat.
Sweat. To be continued.
Shots. Alright.
Through the heart, and you're to blame. Okay.
Shot through the heart. Okay. Alright. So that was to be continued?
All right.
Right now.
Yeah. We should be able to finish this trial today, I believe.
Really? All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
October 14th,
October
12:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4.
Hey, they kind of caught up to us a little bit.
A little bit. We cheated. We went fast through that part, anyway. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. Why am I surprised?
Oh, shit,
I
we found delusional.
Right? Damn, Nick, you're delusional.
Nick, you know you can't speak to the dead.
That's my job. All right. So then, she's still alive, inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, missed a light. Is it true that Detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some Exactly. Exit, stage left. I don't think I can do Snagglepuss. Exit,
stage left even.
There you go, yeah. Exit, stage left even. Alright. Need to find some solid proof. It's gonna happen sooner rather than later.
Okay, October 14th, 12:21 p.m. Ah, nice little, oh fuck, I forget what that's called. 1221, what's that called where it's the same forward as it is backwards? I'm forgetting.
Palindrome?
Thank you, I haven't used that word in a couple of years, so I forgot.
Don't ask me how I fucking remembered that, I haven't either.
District Court, courtroom number 6.
Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, Jesus Christ, you're here. Please take the stand.
Oh God. Wow.
I can take him over if you want.
No, it's all right. I mean, you'll catch up. Supposedly. All right. Well. How do you do, sir lawyer? Yes, let me pull out my eyeball once more. Okay. I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. Alright.
Let me just show you how empty and soulless my eye is.
Oh yes, that is horrifying. Alright. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask Star to Mask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here.
You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask Star to Mask.
That'd be really helpful when he flips up and says something he shouldn't know about the murder.
Right? He will. He's not really that bright.
Ah, but there were no fingerprints on the button. How do you know that? Fuck.
Because, right? Also, he wears gloves. Aha.
Yep.
All right. Indeed.
Your Honor, before we begin, I'd like to point out this man wears gloves.
Exactly. Indeed, it's
Yes,
truly. Oh, what?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I was just reading the line.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. I figured he was gonna point that out one of these days.
Your Honor, this man wears gloves, and that man's playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
So, you continue to insist that you are, in fact, Mask Star to Mask? Of course.
Very well then, Luke Atme. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time?
One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. He glares at Wright. But don't you worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge.
Thanks, I guess.
All right, Mr. Atme, the night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears.
As you wish, Sir Prosecutor.
Yeah, sorry, that's just not doing it for me.
Right? Yeah, that's definitely not doing anything for me. Sorry. Alright. Witness testimony, the alibi. I was stealing the urn as a master to mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contained no words, but, in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Master to Mask was the same time as the murder.
It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene.
Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Master...
Oh!
Is it the paint?
Duh! The box!
The box? Wait, does the box not have paint on it?
The box doesn't have paint. Ever since we first saw this picture, I'm like, there's something about this I remember that's going to come into play later on about the whole timey-wimey bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting what it is, though. Yeah, it's the lack of paint on the box. Damn it.
There's no paint on the box. Ah. Alright.
Fuck. Okay, that's satisfying to finally remember that. It's also aggravating that it took me that long.
Also, spoilers! No, just kidding. Alright.
You figured it out before I actually even said anything. Hush.
Okay, fair enough. Alright. Even the great Master to Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Bitch, I said hold it. Alright. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination.
Hold what? Your micro penis?
He did the thing. He did the thing!
I missed it. What did he do?
He
Oh.
A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. Also, that reminds me of Franziska for some reason. Alright.
Where is she these days?
I heard she's in America. You mean Germany? Yeah, Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean America, not America.
Right? The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Because he's ugly.
Shit.
Cross-examination,
The alibi.
Yes.
Never remember the alibi.
Oh god, remember the alibi.
Yep.
Okay, so... Time at which the camera captured Master to Mask was the same time as the murder. Actually, it wasn't, but we're just gonna, you know, we're gonna do our usual thing. Alright. I was stealing the urn as Master to Mask, just as I announced I would. So, this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Master to Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there is no way to tell who this really is.
What do you mean?
Huh. Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke at me? I mean, Your Honor, please look at the Master to Mask's face. Do you see a nose sticking out past his hat? I don't.
Right? How could he fit that mask on with that giant nose of his? He'd probably break that shit.
I'm able to break this shit at will.
Oh god.
I just control it to the side and Ah, mother. Okay, there we go. See? Now let me just put this mask on. And there we go. Let me just. Oh god, we're back to normal. Oh good.
He does the like Squidward crying.
Oh my god.
Like when he breaks his back.
Ow! My nose!
Yes.
I broke my nose!
Oh god, what was it he said? Was it sanctuary? Is that what he said? Sanctuary!
I don't remember.
I forgot what he said. But it's like when he breaks his back and he says something. Damn it.
I don't remember
My
sanctuary
SpongeBob
being in
knowledge
there.
is failing me.
Alright, I'll let you continue through this and do you can do Godot's lines because that's like all I have, so I'm gonna see if I can really get her to shut up.
Okay. Yeah, your girl's whining. Poor thing. Alright. That could be an accomplice dressed up as Master to create an alibi. Ha ha! What an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? Oh shit, we don't have an accomplice though for him. Yeah, there's no way we can name an accomplice for him because we don't have one. I mean, the only person it could be is Adrian, and it's not Adrian. Yeah, it can't be Adrian. It just can't be, okay? It can't be Adrian. Also, it'd be fucked up if it was Desiree. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to go ahead and give it up and say that we can't name the accomplice right now. So maybe we'll come back to that. If Luke Atney was at KB Security during the murder, then the mask in this picture has to be a fake. Then there really was an accomplice! But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's got to be another way, and I'm going to find it. Alright. So we'll have to come back to this. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. Oh, really? Alright. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target.
I see, you truly are evil, aren't you?
Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atney was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to come back to that one. Okay, a photograph. Okay. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. So, by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here. Is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was, oh, hold on. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody. Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's got to be something phony in that photo. Well, we already know what it is. We just haven't gone through all the text yet. Jeez. Jeez. Phoenix? Alright. The time at which the camera captured Mask Star to Mask was the same time as the murder. Oh, battery on my phone's about to run out. Give me a second. Alright. Jeez, I'm getting so many updates on stuff. Alright. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered.
I see!
Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the Mask Star to Mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. So. When was the urn broken? Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago. That would be 14 days. So Atme would have already been working there, so the picture would have been taken before that. So where is the security? Here it is. See, there's no date stamp on this picture either. There's just a timestamp, which means... But then why is there still paint there? That's very strange. That's curious. Interesting. Alright. Okay, so we can't do anything about that one. He had more than enough time to prepare. Alright, I'm thinking about the photograph. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try the security camera photograph to each of these statements and see which one it works with. Saved, right? Because we can't name his accomplice yet. Alright, let's try this. Okay. Yeah, that's his general dialogue for when we screw up. Okay, so it's not that one. Let's try this one. This is the one I'm thinking it might be. Nope. Okay. So, nope on that one. I'm wondering if we're gonna have to press these again. Maybe I'm using the wrong piece of evidence. Yep. Maybe I'm using the wrong piece of evidence. I might be one step too far ahead of the game right now. You know, in a traditional Phoenix Wright. Let me try the first statement again, just one more time. See what happens if I do it against this one. Stealing the urn just as I announced I would.
But I'm back. Let's see.
Hey.
3 minutes ago, Giancarlos M. Super Mario RPG. Okay.
What?
I don't know, just said Super Mario RPG a few minutes ago, apparently. Oh, shit.
So, okay, I did all the statements. The first statement had a thing where it was like...
Mr. Meat give the name the accomplice part, right?
Yeah.
Name the accomplice or give it up.
Yeah, so we did that. We gave it up.
Okay.
And then everything else, he just kind of talked about it. And so we're trying to either prove that he had an accomplice or that the photo is fake. And so part of me is thinking that because there was no paint on the box, the photo was taken before Adrian had dropped it.
Yep.
Which would make sense if he was there 20 days before, right? The urn was broken 14 days before it was stolen. So he had plenty of time to do that. And there's no date stamp on the photo.
Yep.
Problem is I tried throwing it at all of the statements and it did nothing. And then that's when you came back in. So I'm like at a loss right now for what to do. So I'm ahead of the game, clearly. So the game wants me to do something else right now. And
Which means you're wrong.
Yes. So I'm not
Are you
sure...
saying that I had an accomplice? No.
So I'm wondering if it's another one of those things where we just have to go back and press all the statements again.
I'm still currently running through pressing everything.
Okay. Time at which the camera captured Mask started Mask was the same time as the murder, but it wasn't.
Oh, here we go. Okay, shit, what statement did I just press this to? Okay, I don't know. So, under the statement of, a picture has no words or whatever, it gave me the option of, isn't there something funny about this picture? After pressing it.
They let you do that again? Okay. Because, yeah, when I pressed it, it was just like, isn't there something funny about this picture? And then they just sort of, like, went on, I guess. So, yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah, I'll catch up to that. So where are you right now?
I'm on the, it's the statement saying, like, oh, the picture, this one ended up being my witness.
Okay.
That's the one I pressed, and then it brought me here to, it's gotta be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? And the options are, you bet there is, and not that I can see.
Okay, yeah, it didn't give me that option for some reason. Alright, let me...
I don't know if I looped around, because it asked me the accomplice question twice, and I don't know if I just looped around and didn't realize it just kept pressing accidentally.
Oh, okay, maybe you did press it twice. Let me just read this real quick then, since it was probably just all me. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it, the very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. Surely even you understand by now. Lordly Taylor provided that camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. Yes, this was new. So. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard, unless I had an accomplice. Come on, think long and hard about that night. Ooh. Alright, Phoenix. The basement warehouse, and this picture that supposedly captures it? It's got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? Alright, you bet there is.
Just think long and hard about that night. Edgeworth.
Edgeworth. Yeah.
High five. Because we both missed our boyfriend.
Exactly. I mean, he is bae, after all, so.
Yeah? He does need to know how you feel about Godot.
Exactly. She doesn't need to know. Alright. I'm doing a thing real quick. Damn it, that's the wrong thing. No!
Were you finding Godot attractive? Shh. Don't
Just a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit. Oh, God. Alright. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am! There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night, before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Okay.
Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this
Okay,
photograph do you find funny?
His
The
face.
the way it's phrasing it makes me think it doesn't want the box right now.
Maybe it just wants the actual, the paint?
Yeah, because it's probably gonna be like, oh, the statue was there that night. Meh.
Right? Exactly. Yeah, because that was the other thing I was thinking of was, the statue's gone, the paint is kind of, like, messed up the way it is, and you can't see the paint on the box, so...
Right.
Alright, yeah, let's go with the paint splotch. The funny part is right here.
Why, this is a blood stain! Ah, blood! No, this case is getting interesting!
Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint.
Like,
Ooh, just
holy
paint.
shit, that would be a lot of blood loss.
Yeah, it would be. That person would be dead AF. Alright.
Ooh, just paint. And peach colored at that!
From blood to peaches. He just sure loves going on his wild tangents. Okay, but us though?
Tangerines? I love tangerines.
Right? That's pretty good.
Oh man, I love tangerines! They're so tasty, especially the little ones.
Those are Clementine's, Dad.
Oh yeah, I like those too!
Alright. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Aggressive sweating.
Yeah, well, if we look at your crotch, you should have a dick, and yet we can't even see it. Meh.
Meh. Meh. Alright.
Seriously, that's just honestly what I've thought multiple times anytime you voiced him. I just always imagine him just going like, meh, instead of like, fuck you.
Meh. Meh. He-Man. Alright, sorry.
Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains?
The fucking statue! The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot.
Mr. Wright, are you saying you stole the urn? No.
Wait, no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Alright, guilty! Arrest him!
Wait, hold on.
Damn it, Your Honor.
If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Sorry, I'm wiping a bunch of sand off my foot. I just realized is there.
Okay.
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the Oldbag was sitting in the corner. Wendy is not here.
Right?
She's on vacation.
You should know. Because you are her. No, I'm just kidding.
Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally?
Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself, and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance.
The statue is slightly larger and almost as heavy as you. Well, I never.
Yeah, right?
Well, I never!
The judge turns into a Southern belle.
Huh, in that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it?
Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime?
Fuck. Well, it couldn't have been at me if we had an accomplice, unless we're just guessing, so... At me? Huh? Fuck.
Excellent question.
Mask to mask?
Pearl Fay!
Yeah. Pearl
Detect-
Fay.
His fellow detective Gumshoe. What the heck, pal?
Wait, did we get a bar for this? I don't think we did.
We don't, so... I'm just gonna throw Luke at it and see what happens.
Alright.
Because I just want to accuse him of everything.
Right? The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke Atme. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions.
Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions?
It's very simple. I'm insane. Alright. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the gold statue. Here's where our battle really begins.
Yeah, I guess he could have done so like hours before.
Right. Exactly. And then he could have just fucking left.
I'm sitting here thinking, like, are we saying, we're once again saying he's in two places at once, though? It's like, oh, wait, no, we're not.
Yeah, I mean, he was there all fucking day by himself in the basement.
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't let...
moved anytime.
Exactly. He wouldn't let anyone else be down there. Probably because he already had the picture printed out and was, like, looking at it to prepare for the crime that night. So...
Right.
He would absolutely do that, this piece of shit. Anyway.
Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue?
The reason can be found here in this photograph.
Take a look at it.
Yes.
It makes me laugh.
Take a look at this photograph. It makes me laugh. Luke Atme.
Fuck's on Joey's head.
Exactly. Luke Atme, you pretended to be Masked Star to Mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. What?
What is film?
Yeah, what is film? I do not know what this film is.
Oh, I remember film.
Right?
Oh, yes. When we took photography class and we had our dark room and everything. Oh, those were the good times.
You had your own personal camera, but you made your thumb bleed by trying to wind the film back up.
Yep.
Good memories.
Oh, yeah, and especially if you had a disposable and you accidentally took too many bad shots. God, you were fucked. Not to mention way back in the day when you had to use those, big-ass cameras with the cloaks on them and the...
God, what was it that they had on the pillar?
It was like some kind of like flash dust.
Yeah.
Magnesium?
Was it fuck, I don't know what it was.
Fucking magnesium, just flashbang everyone you're taking a picture of.
Right? God, no wonder they were all dizzy and had red eye in those pictures. They couldn't see shit!
I'm just imagining that now, like all those pictures from back then just all used magnesium.
Right? Everyone just got flashbanged. Right.
Exactly. Except the photographer just like comes out from under the cloak. Okay, all good. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah. Hey, y'all doing okay? I'm still gonna get paid, right? Alright.
A single fatal flaw?
Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? The
Alright.
nose! Nah.
Yeah. Now is it the box?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah? We're gonna go with the box. The lie is Masked Star to Mask.
Are you saying that this Masked Star to Mask is a fake?
Huh. You know, I really wish you would start acting more responsibly.
God damn it. I think we clicked the wrong thing. Huh?
Meh. The current question is, why was the golden statue moved? So what possible connection could there be with Masked Star to Masked Identity? Don't look at... Nick, you dumbass! Meh.
Right? Oh, buggers.
Your face has "oh buggers" written all over it. That's a penalty for you.
I'm sorry I've ruined your perfect record.
That's okay. I'll take it. It's fine.
I'll ask you again, Mr. Trite. Just where in this picture does this lie exist?
Is it this little, like, splotch
Again,
right
I'll
here?
that's what I'm throwing at, the little square spot. Square soft.
Did you click on the paint or the actual blank space?
I clicked on a blank space and... Oh, okay, I'll just read all this real quick. Oh no, I don't think it did.
Okay, then I'm gonna try...
Lies in this photo somewhere around here. Jumping to conclusion again, I think you need to take a gander in your local mirror.
As the Yiddish proverb goes, a half-truth is a whole lie.
But you're not watching with, you're not going through this too, are you?
No, I thought about it.
Keep lying like this and you'll be the one on trial. Oh man, now they're calling me a liar. Take another 30%. The question is why the statue was moved, right? For some reason the culprit didn't want the statue in the picture. At least that's what I thought. I'll ask you again, Mr. Trite. Just where in this picture does this like... Why was the statue moved?
It's gotta be the paint again then, because if the paint was hidden, then it wouldn't match up with when he got there, right? Like that night. Because then if he took this photo like before it or something, so like he took
It ain't the paint.
Yeah. It's not the paint?
Nope. Nope.
Shit. The time? The time. I'm
that's
on the
the
time.
lie, son of a bitch.
I'm clicking on... What? What was it? What?
No, what you just said, so go ahead. Make sure that you're right before I take out my last 10%.
It was the time. Because that was my next guess, was the timestamp, because he was saying it took place exactly at 1 o'clock, and it didn't. It was at 12:58. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Alright. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time.
But what does that have to do with the statue being moved?
Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed beside the warehouse door?
Well...
The statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint.
Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place.
What the...
Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet.
Huh.
So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. What the fuck? That was a terrible analogy.
You've never heard that one before?
No!
Oh, it's an old one.
Wow, I have never heard that one before.
Yep, nope, it's an oldie.
Damn.
It's like our grandparents' generation.
Well, the funny thing is I normally know most of those, but yeah, I've never heard that one before. Alright.
Yep.
Why? Because... Oh, why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there. I almost said wasn't there, supposed to be. A dyslexia moment. Had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be.
Wasn't be supposed to.
Yes. Wasn't be supposed to, yes? Alright. Alright. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Gah!
Order! Order! Mr. Atme, is this true?
One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this?
What's that? Yes, I've definitely forgotten.
The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data.
Order! Order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Whoa! I warned you about making me wait! Now put that coffee down!
My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial, which means I'm still good to the last drop.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh my. Alright.
Okay.
However, the defense has a very good point.
Don't worry, player. I have that effect on people.
Oh god.
A good point. So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points.
I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points.
Points don't matter.
Yes. Oh, I love that show. It's one of my favorites.
Ah, so good.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still going or not. I forget.
Shoot. They did. I remember when they switched the host.
Yeah, it became Oh, come on. The hell's her name? Aisha Tyler.
Yes.
I know it went for at least 5 seasons, but I haven't tried anything recently. I don't
Maybe-
know if it's still going or not.
Maybe it finally got canceled. Welcome
Well,
to
I mean, it got
Newsline.
canceled way back in the day.
Well, yeah, but I
And
mean,
then
like, again.
Yeah, which would suck. It's such a good show.
It really is such a good show. Welcome to Who's Line, the show where the points don't matter.
Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
Yeah, I knew there was something that came before that, but for whatever reason, I couldn't remember it.
Yes, the points are like my sex life. I don't know. Drew Carey always compared the points to something, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. It's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied.
Which is...
Is it evidence? It's evidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams.
That's very true! Holy shit, for once he said something I understand!
Alright. No way! Don't fall for that, Your Honor!
Hey, Mr. Damask.
Ron's over there like, yes?
Yes, that's me!
Right? Hello, I'm here too, hello! Alright.
This is my trial still.
Right? Yes?
If there's no funny business in your actions as masked star Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it.
Yes! Please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn!
Alright, who's ready to hear him slip up? I
Yep.
get the feeling we're gonna hear a massive slip up here.
Hooray! Alright, witness testimony, the Sacred Urn Heist. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Zavari! It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. And last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th.
Alright, yeah, we're gonna pull something out of all this.
Yeah, we're gonna have to press that to get something.
I'm sure it's gonna involve paint.
Yeah, probably. It probably will involve paint. On the box.
And
That's
the urn.
pretty much, well, on the box and the urn, I guess.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave.
Oh, I could really go for nuggets.
Nuggets.
Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time?
Zavari.
Okay, whatever that is. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Alright, cross-examination, the Sacred Urn Heist. You're full of shit. Alright. Alright, let's do the usual. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seemed that they have heard of my zavarkling reputation. Haha, you see what I did there? I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You better watch out too, Maya.
What?
Right? What was that supposed to be, Nick? I like how she didn't even comment on that.
Yeah.
The urn was placed in a box, and Zavari, it was then sent to the warehouse. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Hey, I made that shit! Accurate description.
Wow, you suck.
Right? Well, it sucks. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't
Manfred
let
von
anyone
Karma
enter
comes
the
back.
storeroom, not even me.
Manfred von Karma quickly comes back. It's like, I have a 7-year-old granddaughter who can make better than that.
Oh shit. He like, oh man.
That's when Nick calls him out, or Maya calls him out even, and it's just like, you liar! We know you only have one daughter! And she has no child!
And then he just looks at her stone face like, are you sure about that? And
I
then
was
we're like,
imagining more
Francisca!
I was more like, just imagining, like, his spirit just floating away, and as it disappears, he just flips the double bird.
Fuck you guys! Alright. Huh, interesting new tidbit. Okay, so at around this point in time, Adrian had already broken it then. Supposedly. Supposedly.
Right.
Anyway, we'll just continue on. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to the warehouse. However, I, Luke Atme, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course. Because Atme knew about the album, Jesus. Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Fair enough. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. Then no one entered the basement warehouse?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
What was it he just said? Like, about, let's see, so he was saying that he didn't see it until he got it, right?
Yes. We haven't gotten to that one yet, I don't think. Oh, unless this is the one that we just pressed. Either way, yeah. He said he didn't even see the urn until he put his hands on it.
Okay. Okay, yep, okay, I see the contradiction. I just quickly checked the court record, I'm like, because the game actually helped with that. They brought something up, I'm like, wait a minute, that reminds me. I go take a look, I'm like, yep, okay, yep, I see the contradiction. Anyway, so what statement are you on? What's your dialogue?
Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. This is the statement. This is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Hey, Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on, is there? The detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Alright then, how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. Alright, so...
Okay, placed in a box and it was sent to the warehouse. Okay. Never, unable to see it until the day of the crime. Okay, yep.
Okay, let's see here. Trying to decide what to go with.
I will say again, it is actually something they brought up while we were pressing statements.
Okay, so my thought right now is it's either the exhibit poster or the calling card itself.
Okay, thought process on that?
Because he's saying he never saw it, but in the card he said he knew it was a speckled urn.
There you go.
So... And then of course the poster was what led me to be like, oh yeah, that's when he saw it. He saw it in the poster, and then wrote his thing. But no, you're right. He could have just seen it in real life and then wrote his calling card, which makes sense. So...
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, so calling card.
Alright. Take that. Mr. Atme, if you really are Master Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. But of course.
Is there a problem? Is there a problem with that calling card?
Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Master Mask had written. Popper. Alright. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn.
Yes, that is true, but so what?
Truth be told, there is no way that Master Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains.
Paint stains?
And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. Huh.
I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite.
The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say an error-prone human.
Hey!
But we love
you,
her.
Nick.
I mean, it's true, but we love her. Just like Gumshoe. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn.
You can't be serious.
And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken.
Clorox again.
They really gotta stop putting Clorox in your coffee cup.
I thought of a better joke. Birdie bots every flavor beans. Okay.
Oh god, they made a coffee flavor. Alright. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Grrr! Grrr!
Now come on, say what he said.
Grrr!
Wag, 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 wag.
Oh, that's what it was. It goes by too fast.
No. No, it's like wag, wag, wag.
Grrr, grrr, grrr.
Weird.
Grrr, grrr. Alright. All of those. All of those things.
Will the witness please shut
All
the
of-
fuck up?
Rah-rah.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
He's yeah, okay.
Yeah. Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh?
Ha. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days.
Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask Star to Mask, and now we're calling him a murderer. Don't try and change the subject here. You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
That's a good point!
No way! Don't fall for that too, Your Honor.
You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that?
An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive. Might you, my merry murderous motive, manifest? Nick! He's getting his second wind!
I mean, he's full of hot air. I'm sure he has plenty of wind.
Ooh, spicy. If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder.
I didn't like the wart on his nose.
It was quite untasteful. Distasteful, yes, that was the word I wanted to use.
So I decided to erase him.
Exactly. I decided the world was better off without his face in it.
I'm starting to think the same thing about the defense.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, detective?
Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear.
Oh,
Without
really?
a motive,
Go on. Tell us about your research. Tell us more about your research. What do you know that you shouldn't?
Exactly. Wright just like puts his elbow on his desk, puts his chin on his hand, like, and rests it on there. No, please do go on.
You know what's funny about you saying that?
What?
That's the exact pose I took on the arm of my chair as I was saying that. Oh no, please go on and tell us everything you shouldn't know. That's the exact pose I took, and then you described it. It's like, I feel both happy that you can envision it, but also I don't know how I feel about being called out like this.
Right? I'm in this and I don't like it.
I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
Exactly.
Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were.
I'd be honored to, Sir Old-Timer.
The fuck you just call me?
Yeah.
Bitch, what did you just say?
I'll have you know I'm still a very youthful age of only 312.
Right?
So basically, it's like I'm 12 years old.
Wait. Wait, what?
That came out wrong.
Yeah, it did. Alright. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. It's always
Good
our
job.
only chance.
Godot, we need help. We need more hard information. I'm on it.
Oh god. I got that in spades, baby. Alright. Witness testimony, motive for murder.
While you read through this, I'll be right back. I'm being summoned real quick.
Alright, no problem. Hi, Luke Atme had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask Star to Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who... Excuse me. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask Star to Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. Alright, there's a shit ton to go over in that one.
So, the victim Kane Bullard blackmailed the defendant.
Alright, I'll wait till he gets back. I'm gonna take a quick break to do a thing. Alright, so now we'll just sit here for a minute. We'll go ahead and save. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to prove that Luke is actually the guy who blackmailed, Ron.
Alright, call me Thomas Jefferson. What did I miss?
So I waited, I decided to do something else, but I waited on Godot's line, which is about the blackmail letter.
Okay. This is a blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter.
Damn it. I was really hoping it was Luke. Shit. Shit. Okay, that just threw a wrench in literally everything I just said like 2 seconds ago.
And what was that?
It was basically just like, now I have to prove that Luke is the one who wrote the blackmail letters and was the one who was blackmailing him with the plans for shit to steal.
But,
I mean, also, Kane was the one that had the list. So.
Or
what?
If you don't prove that Luke wrote it, anything else about Luke that you can tie the letter to?
The ring?
Okay.
So Kane was actually blackmailing Luke?
Go on.
That was a complete thought there.
Oh.
So that's why Luke killed him.
But then why does Delight have it?
That I don't know. I don't know why he would have it. Because he found it?
Well, or if someone wanted him to have it, if someone wanted him to be at a specific place.
Oh, well, that's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. But then, oh, that's right, he mailed it to him. Okay. That's kind of...
Anyway.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right.
You're just like slowly in your head like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. What? Oh, okay, here we go.
Update in a court record.
Yay. Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination.
Actually, wait, Your Honor, I wasn't present. I was out of my head the entire time. What'd I miss?
Right?
I
What'd I
missed-
miss? Alright, cross-examination. Motive for murder. Alright, let's press all of these statements. So, I, Luke Atchme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever, except for this blackmail note. I'm just kidding. So, alright. And who in the world is going to prove that?
I will.
What?
Don't worry, Mr. Damask. I am here.
Oh. I mean...
After
okay.
doing a... Oh, okay, you know... With him having the voice, they have to get Chris Sabat to voice this dude, right?
I don't know. I don't
Like-
know who they would get to voice Godot. Or who they... Yeah, because Season 2 hasn't come out in the dub yet, right? It's just Season 1?
Right. Yeah.
because Season 2's out
But,
already.
like-
I haven't started watching it yet because I wanted to beat this game. Because when I started
Right.
watching the anime, they had some like small spoilers. It was just like background spoilers for the second game, and it was kind of annoying.
Okay.
So I'm like, I don't
But
want
I
to
was
risk
like-
it.
This dude's got a naturally deep yet slightly charming voice, and I feel that Chris Sabat fits right into that bill.
Yeah, he would. He absolutely would.
Like, oh my god, the man's charming as fuck.
Oh, he is.
He's also a total goofball, and I love him. Anyway, after doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in a report.
Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security.
Why did I go British on the word work?
Oh.
Purely by accident, don't worry about it.
I thought I managed to kick my accident years ago.
Right?
All that time I spent in Great Britain.
All 120 years of it. Got to witness King George get all testy about him in the Americas.
Oh god.
Okay, anyway. Nope. Chuck Testa.
Yep. God damn it. Nope.
I like your double reaction there, just like, yep, that's a meme. Damn it.
That was blunt.
In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Damask and simply mistook who he was. Yeah, he did mistake who he was. He thought he was you. Alright, just kidding.
There we go.
I mean, yeah, for him to fucking
No.
blackmail him. So
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was referring to, just you being like, yeah, he did mistake.
haha. Just kidding.
Like, I got the right tense.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
I mean, it's fair. Godot would make anyone tense, so.
Oh, jeez. Well, I did say he did, yeah. I think I said he mistook the wrong person or something. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Mistook. I almost used the wrong voice there. That's right, mistook, from the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take an error. That wasn't what I meant.
Just
Although,
who
thanks
did
for the
the
lesson.
victim?
What?
Thanks for the etymology lesson, though.
Right?
Just who did the victim mistake Master Damask to be?
Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course. Ooh, I'm starting to dry out my voice. Alright. Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Press harder.
I'm so sorry for what I just thought.
Okay.
Godot makes my maidenhood quiver.
Oh, good lord. Good
I don't know
lord.
why I randomly thought that.
Alright, moving on. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Masked Mask? Don't you already know that? Zavari, take a look at this newspaper.
You've got your photograph, I've got my newspaper.
Exactly. God, my nose looks fabulous in this. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Alright.
Ho-ho! That's the famous tear of Emanon! A magnificent jewel!
That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly god, namely the defendant.
The defendant?
The victim clearly misread this article and Zavari. What?
I'd just like to imagine that, like, while Ron just sort of slumps down from hearing himself called ugly, friggin' Desi just gets up like, you want to say that again?
Right? Bitch, I will fight you in this courtroom. Right.
Don't you dare call my man ugly.
Right. He is precious.
Mr. Big Nose Jones?
Right?
What the hell does that insult even mean?
I don't know, but you is.
Right? Bitch, I don't know, but you is. Right. He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Masked Mask.
I see.
That was an unusually reasonable deduction. Almost like it was the opposite. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Are you sure about that? You mean this blackmail letter right here?
It says bring $50,000. I think I misread it as 500,000 earlier. No, we're just gonna, correct that one.
I think it was the judge actually when I did say that incorrectly. Alright. And the handwriting is, without a doubt, the victim's.
Oh, shit. I literally had my eyes closed, didn't realize it was Godot talking. Okay, hang on, accident. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it.
But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere.
An addressee?
This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant.
Are you sure about that?
Don't do that!
Oh, sorry!
I'm fighting it. It's like, we can finish this. We got this.
Alright.
We got this.
I wonder. What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. Damn it, and I still can't remember that quote. Anyway. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa! Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied?
Well, everyone, all together now.
Yeah.
Sell cat.
Cloak and white roses.
Now we're all on the same page.
Oh my god. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal.
Betrayed.
Yep.
Oh god, I'm so betrayed.
What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Zavari!
KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies, and since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company.
God damn it. Okay.
Right?
Ugh.
We got this. We got
Can't-
this.
I know, and it's only like 10:30, so. Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief.
Here's a file that we've discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail.
However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money? Even though he wasn't actually Master Damask.
On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask Star Damask. Do you really think that story is going to hold up?
He really thinks he's Mask Star Damask, the delusional Leia lookalike.
Right. I almost said assertion, it's not. That ass!
That ass!
Oh god.
That ass is not merely my own, I'm afraid.
God damn it. Okay. That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean?
I have here a memo for Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight.
What? Oh.
Ronnie thinks he's Mask Star Damask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Huh. Well, Mr. Trite, what do you think of my impression?
Ugh. It was terrible. Yeah, was he trying to act like Mrs. Delight just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing.
Well, thank you, Maya. I appreciate it.
Right? At least Maya appreciates what you did. Alright. That is why Mr. Delight saw fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So you say. Now that's just your imagination talking. Come now, sir lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning.
Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves?
It's a long story, and better saved for another time.
Very well, another time.
Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least not in my experience. So, you're going to try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either. In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail. That's true. Was that blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more testimony. Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way. Now, I'm guessing the game is telling us we have to actually press his statements again.
Oh. I was telling us to present the blackmail to something. I'm just trying to figure out which statement to present it to.
The only one I could think of is, well, there's two. Either, well, no, it's really just one. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that's the part we're wanting to contradict.
So if it doesn't work, it's possible we need to press another statement. So let's try it.
Okay.
I'll try it.
I'm still at 10%, so yeah.
Okay.
Save the game, God!
Alright.
Meh.
Ugh, you're terrible. Alright.
Don't need to tell me twice.
Apparently that worked. Okay.
Yay!
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Why don't I ask you a few questions? Alright.
What the hell do you mean by that? Wow! Axe in my head!
Right? It plays the fucking song, like Around the World or something. Shit. It was a joke. It was that two best friends did it, but it was also just like a general meme. But it's like they threw an axe in a playthrough, and then somebody like looped it to music. And it was hilarious.
Okay.
I'll have to send it to you later. It's so stupid.
Oh, hold on. Is it dan dan dan
Yes.
dan 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 dan? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's
It's
that
not
joke.
just the. Yeah, it's not just an axe, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's that joke.
The one I used to see it with was actually Michael from Grand Theft Auto 5.
Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh wait, no, it's not. No, it's not the star music. My bad. It's different.
Oh, it's not the one like going a whole bunch of different places through like space and shit.
Yeah, it's not that one. Yeah, no, it's not that
okay.
one. It's a different one. Anyway. Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction?
Contraception?
Right?
No.
Oh yes, I always make sure to wear that. No, stop, please. Please, God, no.
They say wear a mask these days, and well, they don't fit my nose, so I have to use something else.
Oh God, no.
I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that.
Ow, you're one to talk.
At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Well, why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior?
Godot, please. Godot, please. Judge, you're not helping.
Indeed! Time to man up, Mr. Wright!
For fuck's sake, I'm not fisting anyone, people!
Right? Jesus Christ.
Show us the contradicting evidence and the content of the blackmail letter!
Yeah, okay. Wait.
Yeah, totally? We don't have that jewel.
Yeah, we don't have the jewel.
The kind of evidence in the content of the blackmail letter.
But how do we point it out? It's the red diamond, but how do we point it out?
I'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Wait, shit. Wait, does it say in his profile? Damn it.
No.
Shit. Do we not have it?
I have an idea. What's your percentage at?
I could take the hit.
Try the newspaper clipping.
Okay, let's go for it. Take that! Well, Nick looked very confident about that newspaper clipping. So I'll just read a few lines, and if I get to Godot, then I'll just stop.
Okay.
Okay. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping.
Oh, well, it's saying the newspaper clipping, so it must be it. Okay.
That's what I meant. That's what I said. He looked really confident about this newspaper clipping.
Okay.
But I remember one time before we did something like this, and then the game was like, haha, no, fuck you. You were wrong.
Yeah.
All right. It contains a picture of the tier of Eminon, the stolen jewel.
What about it?
Yep, okay, yeah. This is the right thing. So, because he brings up, the problem is this jewel's color.
Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself.
According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Red?
Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tier of Eminon that Mass Startimass stole at all.
You know, what Godot just said reminded me of a detail about him that I sympathize with him on. Anyway. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Trite?
That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes.
You ruined
for
the rhyme.
God fucking sake.
Damn it, Maya, you ruined the rhyme.
Right?
Everyone was out here dropping bars, and then you just...
Shit all over it. Alright. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Alright, finally. Have at thee. Luke at me. Ha-ha!
Detective Gumshoe.
Detective Gumshoe? Oh. Naturally, it was you, Detective at me. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved in every single mass start mass case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward.
A jewel?
Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. Grr. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you.
Order! Order in the court! Order, I say!
It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Wright.
Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said that.
Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real?
Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him!
I'm a sub, what do you want me to do?
Right?
This dude just oozes big dick energy.
I can't compete with that!
Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world...
Yes, it certainly does!
Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity?
Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick! The identity that Luke Atme wanted so desperately... Keep what? Shouldn't it be kept secret?
No, the identity that Luke Atme wanted to so desperately keep secret
Okay.
was its identity as...
Okay, I missed this. I just glossed right over the so, apparently. Or something. I glossed over one of those two words. Anyway.
I think you glossed over the two.
It was the two. Okay. The identity that Luke Atme wanted to so desperately keep secret was his identity as... God, I keep trying to add words and, like, take away words. Okay. As a blackmailer.
Yep.
Luke Atme was a blackmailer.
Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on and get paid. Isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
Yes, actually. You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme. But Rhonda Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone.
Yay, there it is.
Yay, the music! Sorry. So...
The music?
The music? Okay. Right? Hello? Hello? Right?
Don't forget the L6, right?
Oh, thanks, Polly. Okay. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Rhonda Light was actually Master to Mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme.
He was like a hitman for thefts.
Right? Shh! Silence! Damn it. I got it. Hold on. Shush! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you? Damn it. Alright.
Bitch, why you gotta call me out like that?
Right? I feel so called out. Alright. You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Ron Delight? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask Star Damask. Well, yes. Ron Delight started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime.
Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence.
Oh god damn it, Godot!
During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron Delight was Mask Star Damask?
Okay, where is it that says he took the thing? Where's the thing that says he took it? The costume.
How did Luke Atme know that Ron Delight was Mask Damask? Is it the newspaper clipping again?
Might be. I could always check.
Because that's where it is. That's where Ron said that. He's like, oh, that's when he discovered that. That's when he realized I was it.
It's probably gonna be that. I'm just checking the profiles real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gotta be the it's gotta be the clipping.
Okay.
Again, I mean that's the only thing I can think of. We have Ron's testimony, but
that doesn't say like that. Just points at the blackmail letters again.
Yeah, it doesn't actually say it. Okay, well hopefully it's this newspaper clipping. Okay, well the music went quiet. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? Yep, this is it. This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask Star Damask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket.
That sounds far too stupid to be true!
Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Mask Star Damask was really Ron Delight. What the?
Wasn't he supposed to be Mask Damask?
Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective.
I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer.
What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective.
Fuck this guy!
Right? Fuck this guy. Why, Hugh? How dare you expose me like that?
No one ever wants to expose you, trust me.
Yeah, exactly. Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and also Mask Star Damask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? How dare you even dare imply that one could ever fall to lowly death? Why not try to do it with that big mouth of yours? You're all fools, I say. None of you can compare to my genius. You're all jealous. So good. Just discreet me. Commemorate me. Their ace detective cannot handle blackmail, murder, and thief. I'll get away with stuff. It's enough to make one laugh. Whew. I could not read that fast in that voice.
Yeah, nope. Exactly with me and Oldbag.
Jesus. Whew. Alright.
It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Even I'm tired.
Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
Objection.
Although that could be because I haven't eaten in like 2 hours.
Right?
But we've been in this courtroom for 3.
Oh my god, it's been 3 hours?!
No, I was gonna say like, yeah, I know, I snuck food in.
Oh.
Nick, you should know me by now. I always sneak food into the court.
Oh, that's really so. You know, in the final case of the second game when Maya's kidnapped and she's starving, in the anime she actually hid candies in her like little pouch thing, her waistband.
Of course she did. Of course she did. Damn it, Maya. I mean, yay, she kept herself alive, but damn it, Maya.
Right.
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling.
Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
What? But that's my job.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. You tried to be tough, but your armor's just not hard enough.
Oh God, please stop.
Oh God, nice.
Okay.
Oh God, I didn't even think of that in a dirty way. I was just quoting Moana, but yeah, that works.
Oh no. Oh God, that makes it even worse. Okay. What do you...
It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke at me was a filthy blackmailer. Things like you're a whiny bitch. And that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder.
I am not a whiny bitch, that's Ron! Alright.
Birds of a feather fuck together.
What? Okay. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bull.
But there's still one thing you have yet to prove.
What's that?
Can you see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
I can't prove that.
Well, the defense can't prove it. Guilty.
Right? Can't be those cinnamon swirls, I mean. Okay.
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. Wait, which pitiful excuse are we talking? At me or Delight?
No way!
Order in the court! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright, I just read that line twice. Fuck it.
Alright. Alright, here we go. This is it. The final round. Fight!
This is the final round!
Exactly.
Mortal Kombat.
I'm just kidding.
Moral combat.
Yep. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that?
That's long enough. Mr. Trite, I want to hear your answer.
That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense... Can we prove it, though? Do we have anything that can prove it? We know the buzzer went off, we know someone with gloves touched it, but we can't actually prove that. I don't think we can prove it.
I don't see a meter, so we want to just say can't prove it?
Can't?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and say we can't prove it because I can't think of a damn thing.
Yeah. Same. Alright, Mia, come save our asses.
Yep. I can't prove it.
Just as I thought.
You really are a whiny bitch.
Yeah. God damn it. But if we hear more of Detective Atme's testimony...
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. You shall not pass.
Oh, shit. Godot is now Gandalf, I guess.
I've got the hair for it.
Alright, fair point. What do you mean?
I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean.
What?
Have you forgotten? Luke Atme is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. So is that other courtroom just like laying in wait right now?
I guess so, yeah.
And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as masked star to mask.
No. Well now, sir lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective. What?
What's love got to do with it? And I'm not even referencing the song, like legit.
Right. I was gonna sing it. What's love got to do with it? Okay.
Right here, it's a legitimate question, though.
Yes, it is. I am the ace detective, as well as masked star to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Rhonda Lights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness.
Order! Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over the witness. Or over this witness.
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is. Don't give up now, Nick! We still have tomorrow! We can look for more evidence and... By then, it'll be too late. Huh? Well, why?
Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law.
Oh, god damn it.
That's why I was chuckling to myself earlier when you're like, is it double or triple jeopardy? And I'm like, gulp.
God damn it. Alright. Double jeopardy?
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else.
Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as masked star to mask, which means...
He will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned.
No way!
The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer.
Whiny bitch.
Yep.
Oh hey, we get to see this sprite again.
Yep. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent. The real killer, Luke Atme, will go free.
You have cross-examined every statement, Jesus. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony...
You've cross-examined every statement, the Whitman.
Yes.
And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
Objection! Mia?
What?
Was that Mia?
Oh, we got channeling going on up in this bitch?
I think so. I'm gonna assume that was Mia. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result.
How did you...
Get shit
My report card was 100 years ago.
right?
I don't even remember it that well. How do you?
And yes, I was in school for 200 years. Don't mock me.
All
I
right.
just kept going back to school every couple of decades.
Had to keep up appearances, you know? And then finally I got bored.
All right. Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way.
Yeah, you
Look
also
at
told me to make sure
her!
to beg, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But you're dead as fuck. All right. Long time no see, Phoenix. But Mia! This is
Mistress!
right?
Mother? I'm just kidding.
Mommy?
This is the true power of the Karain channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my
This is
mentor,
the
Mia Fey.
This is the true power of friendship.
Right?
Now, let's do this.
But
Fuck,
there's...
it was...
What?
I just
What?
realized I misquoted. It's supposed to be true power of teamwork. I'm a failure as a Sonic fan.
Yep, that's okay though. I forgive you. Alright. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yes, that's true, but...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, sir lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Masked Dog to Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness.
Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever.
Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor?
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Nothing.
Sir lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at...
Let's hear it. I feel so
Huh?
bad for Godot here.
Bitch, what?
I feel so bad for Godot here. Anyway, it's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination.
Mr. Godot, what are you?
Very well then, Mr. Luke Atme. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
Oh, I just got it. Your name means look at me. Oh, I get it now.
God damn it. God damn it, Judge. Right. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please... Oh, damn it. I'm getting confused
You just love
now.
that voice so much.
Oh my god! It's
God.
infectious,
Oh my
what
God,
can
this
I
voice-
say? Alright.
This voice is giving you Stockholm Syndrome.
It really is!
So please give us one last bit of testimony.
Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. Don't fuck this up. Alright, witness testimony, the last testimony. Alright. Okay. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not
There you
have
are,
any
bitch.
fingerprints on it. Why?
Thank you, bitch.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, how would you have known this shit? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Masked Dog to Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
Bitch, you done fucked up?
Alright. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well.
The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything.
But of course.
But how did you know about the emergency buzzer?
The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, sir lawyer.
Fuck you, game, for shutting down our immediate contradiction.
Right? Fuck you, game.
Like here I am, like, oh, we got this bitch, and game's just like, oh, by the way, you can't point that part out. It's like, well, fuck you.
God damn it. Grrr.
Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer?
God damn it, Godot, not you too.
I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Although I say that, I still end up allowing it anyway, so... fuck it, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
We cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Hang on a sec, just one chance.
Huh. Seems that the party's about to begin. Let's make this next one 45 penalties, just cuz.
Alright, sip. Alright. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it.
Cup number 17, the last cup. Seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. Thank God.
Yep. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means
that
all
was
I can
weird with like the black screen and all.
Oh yeah, that was weird. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Okay, so damn it. No flavor text. So sad. Alright. Remember, you only get one chance.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Alright, cross-examination, the last testimony. Alright, well. So, yeah, we already know he wasn't at Lordly Taylor. But I want to know what this vitally important job request was. I want to know!
A load of BS?
I know, but still, I want to know! Alright.
It's clear that he was there. Also, it will make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once.
It's gotta be this one, thanks to the keycard and wallet.
But we already established that, I feel like.
Yeah, but,
No?
he said everything went through the detectives, right? But Larry was the one that picked up the wallet and the keycard and brought it to us.
I'll admit, this is one part where it is that I'll puss out and save.
Yay! So does that mean we can press for all the wrong options?
I mean, if you want.
I kind of want to, but I also do just kind of want to get this over with.
Same.
Alright.
It's like, we're tired.
Okay.
You know, fuck it. Save 2, and we can just come back to this on the next stream. Just, like, see what all he has to say.
Oh, that's true. Okay, we could do that. Save Mark 2. Alright.
Okay, so you were saying you think it's the,
I'm thinking it's the keycard and wallet.
Alright, I'm pressing it, see what happens.
Alright. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. Mr. Atmey, about this last remark.
You still don't get it, do you, Trey? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement.
What?
I said this before. There's still one thing you haven't proven. That this scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for me to drink my last cup.
But I thought that was it.
Mr.
Okay,
Wright, I will hold you to the end of your bargain.
Alright, well, shit. I honestly thought that was it. It really wasn't that statement?
Evidently not.
Huh, okay. Well, shit.
Well, guilty.
Yep.
Okay, guilty. Alright, let me go ahead and load up my save.
Damn it.
Oh! Oh! I found the statement. Would you like me to point it out?
No.
No, you know what? I'm just gonna go to a dummy one just so that you're not looking and being like, oh, he's on that statement right now? Okay. Do do do. Ba do do do. Do do do.
Well, it's not the buzzer, because they won't let us do that one.
Correct.
So... Wait.
Oh,
How did he know he was wearing the Mask Star to Mask outfit?
that was my thought. Unless he thunked him on the head.
Yeah. Yeah, how did he know he was wearing the outfit? It's gotta be that one. Okay.
I'm pressing it.
Alright. Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask Star to Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Come on. Mr. Atme, about this last remark.
Objection.
God damn
You
it.
still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement.
Oh, thank God. I'm afraid. I was like, no!
Your fucking heart sank.
It's like, bitch!
I think I could hear your heart sink there.
I was so sad. Alright. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot.
What?
Mr. Atme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask Star to Mask outfit, is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean?
For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty.
When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Mask Star to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime?
Almost as thirsty as all the women are for me.
I mean...
That was,
It was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, just never had a chance to mention it up until now.
That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should have known this are those who have been watching this trial. Grr, nah. Anyway. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There is no way that you should have known about that. Okay, I don't know. Fuck it. Alright. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask Star to Mask. So then, enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well...
Come on, this detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand.
And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask Star to Mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out.
only one.
One way, you say?
Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there.
For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
But Light never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme.
Okay. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head.
Just what are you implying?
Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight.
Impossible. What a twist!
Yeah, what a twist! Detective Atme, you saw Master Damask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh, God. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
That's the same line you gave yesterday.
But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. I mean, it is true. He did kind of have to create his own nemesis.
Mm-hmm.
What's an awfully complicated incident? Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Master Damask in order to escape his true crime.
And to that end, he came up with this plan. To use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. Who is this? Oh, is this Ron?
Probably.
At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth.
Excuse me.
I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. You've said that before. Several times. Besmirching him with the title of murderer.
Don't ignore me!
Oh, I didn't realize you were there.
Why wouldn't he be?
About the verdict.
I know. You never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad you understand that. But I really am Master Damask.
Huh?
So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy?
Now that you mention it.
I've been careless.
Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy. Double jeopardy? Okay.
Double jeopardy!
Alright. As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then...
They can't overturn a verdict, though.
Yeah, but it would have to be appealed in a higher court of law.
Oh yeah, true.
So...
And I don't think wherever this is has a higher court.
Nope.
Clearly with how fucked up their court system is.
Exactly. Alright, then Master Damask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? That's true, he could be retried, but only for newer crimes that he were to commit, so...
Yep.
Yep.
Now then, this court finds the defendant
not guilty!
Motherfuckers! Yeah, that's her first time seeing Mia, by the way. Just having her back. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Master Mask after all.
And he has to tell his wife now.
Yeah, 3:35 p.m. So that's 5 hours and 35 minutes. Yeah, see, we got done faster than real time.
Just barely.
Yeah, by only like a little over half an hour.
Alright.
That's kind of sad.
October 14th, 3:35 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. It is kind of sad, isn't it? You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course! Well then, see you around.
Just poofs in a puff of smoke back into Maya.
Right? Mia.
Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight.
Thank you so much! No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all this has happened.
Come on, just be happy already! Maya? You got back real fast. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as mass star to mass to boot! Shut up!
Whoa!
Shut up!
Also, damn, you caught on real quick there, Maya, considering you missed the entire ending of that.
Right?
But in exchange, I lost everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Mass Star to Mask. I did it all for one reason. For her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates criminals more than anything.
Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she?
She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew it. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure.
So, that's why you became Mass Star to Mask?
Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together.
That's not true, right, Nick? Right.
Really? Can I go back the way things were?
You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it! I can? I kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. I'm assuming they mean the urn.
My badge!
Yeah, my badge! My brand! Alright. Yeah, I'm assuming
urn.
they mean the sacred urn.
Yeah, that's all. I'm throwing at it.
Oh. Wow, Discord cut that whole thing off.
Oh. Desi, she's the one who found
Desiree.
this.
Yeah. There it goes, it finally came through. Desiree, your
Okay,
wife.
cool.
She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are! Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie! You're innocent! I'm so happy!
Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you?
Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Mass Star to Mask either. Miss Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? The fuck? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement.
Maybe I'll let you take the lead tonight. Just kidding, that's not happening.
Right?
Desi.
Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Oh, god damn it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations!
Talk about bad timing!
Mr. Nick, how could you, with another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya?
No, you got it all wrong!
I'll never forgive you, never, ever!
So, just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said, a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Aww. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. It still kind of looks like shit.
But hey, it's at least back together properly this time.
Exactly.
And honestly, I will still say also, still not the best image of that Ernal C.
Alright. Oh my god! Maya in a waitress outfit! Holy shit!
Now, here's the thing. Do we want to end it here, or do you want to get a glimpse into how this next case opens up?
I kind of want to see if she's in a maid out, like if she's in a fucking like waitress outfit. Yes.
She
God,
won't be.
yes.
She won't be from the get-go, but
Oh my god, yes.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna want to see how this opens up.
Yes, yes, yes. I want to see it.
Okay, a brand new episode has been added.
Okay, let's see.
Saving. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Oh no, not on that one. That's gonna be our backup for more dialogue next stream.
Right. So,
Okay.
Are you ready?
Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout, Part 1, Investigation. Let's go.
Okay.
That's enough! This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of facts.
I don't know who this
It
is.
wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me.
The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank from that poison cup of coffee.
No, it's actually female, this voice, this red one.
Oh. No, you're wrong. I
So-
know what I saw. I saw. I don't know who this. Okay. What? I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. What? Oh no! Is this Dolly?
Dolly.
Well, I mean that was Phoenix.
Dolly's dead, dear.
She's dead? Why won't anyone
Yeah.
believe me? I don't know who this is supposed to be.
Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright?
This court finds the defendant guilty. This court is adjourned.
Yay, we lost him. We didn't even have to do anything.
Holy shit, we lost a case and we didn't do but we lost to Winston Payne! Of all fucking people! I'm so pissed!
I'm not gonna let us continue it. I'm not gonna let us continue any further than this because there's more at play here than it looks like. So I just want you to see that opening.
I'm so pissed.
Like, not only did we lose, but we lost to fucking Winston.
Right?
You don't care that we lost. You care that we lost to Winston.
Yes! I can understand if we lost to, like, Edgeworth, or, like, Godot, or maybe even Franziska, but, like, fucking Winston Payne?
It's like, well, fuck. Might as well just go die at that point.
Right? Well, I guess I'll just die.
Yeah. But also, to clarify, yeah, remember, Dolly was found guilty of murder.
That's true. Okay.
She was found guilty of murder 5 years ago. She'd be dead.
She dead AF, I guess. Okay.
And we'll never see her again.
Unless the judge keeps bringing her up, then maybe we'll see her again. Although she did say we would see her again, so, you know.
Oh, perfectly timed. My controller just died.
Oh, okay. Well then, everybody, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you'll join us on the next one, and we'll see you guys next time.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye, Zolf.
Adios.